I was 6 years old when my childhood was auctioned off. In 1935, in a Japan that masked misery with silk kimonos, Sayo Masuda was sold as if she were livestock. She was trained to serve, to be silent, to smile. But behind the makeup lived the Japan that no one wanted to show. Abuse, silence, despair, and a woman who refused to die invisible. This is not the story of a geisha. It is the story of a survivor break. The incense is already lit, and the story is about to begin break. My name is May, and this is Silk Whispers Break. Chapter 1. Never Again a Woman Without a Name. Masuda Sayo was born in 1925 in a village in the Nagano prefecture, a region that in the early decades of the century owed its fame to the mountainous and inhospitable landscapes and to the miserable living conditions of its inhabitants. Her parents had never married, so on her shoulders already weakened by hunger, from a young age fell the weight of illegitimacy and the absence of a father figure. She grew up without a name and without protection, entrusted too soon to her maternal uncle, and at the age of 5 or 6, when she should have started school, she was sent to serve as a nanny in the house of a mediocre landowner in the area. At the age of 12, her mother, oppressed by need, sold her to an okiya, a geisha house, located near the Suwa Hot Spring Station. Here, in the Takenoya, the bamboo house in 1940, after 4 years of hard work as a domestic worker and a tough apprenticeship, the young Masuda, 16 years old, made her debut. Between 1956 and 1957, when more than 10 years had passed since she had decided to end her career as a geisha, she wrote her autobiography, The World of Flowers and Willows. Autobiography of a Geisha, Geisha, Kuto no Han Shogai. What drives her to write is, first of all, need. Elementary, desperate. In the mid-1950s, she was 30 years old, and since leaving the profession she had dedicated herself to all kinds of work, however humiliating or ungrateful, to feed herself and the little brother who, after many years, she had found again and taken in, waitress in a third-rate inn, street vendor of newspapers, fruit and vegetables, soap tablets. On the pavement of the Chiba shrine where she had her meager stall, she shares the space of the everyday, and with it the joys, the pains, the rage and the pleasures, with what at that time was considered the scum of society, the Korean immigrants, the marginalized, the homeless, who in the difficult and painful reconstruction process that the country had undertaken after the end of the war, were destined to be once again forgotten. But Masuda does not give up, and when by chance she learns that one of the most popular women's magazines of the time, Shufu no Tomo, had announced a contest entitled True Stories of Women, offering, as was customary then, a cash prize, she decides to participate, trying to put in writing her story of a rejected and abandoned girl, turned into an adult too soon. As she herself recounts, in the bamboo house she had received an education, but certainly not the conventional one that after the reform of instruction inaugurated by the Meiji government in 1872 was given in all the schools of the country. She had taken lessons in dance, music, and singing, but knowledge of the written language and the consequent ability to read and do accounts were not considered indispensable for the preparation of a geisha. It was as a result of the insistence of one of her lovers, the only one, on the other hand, of whom she says she was really in love, that Masuda consents to strive to learn to read and write at least the syllabary, the hiragana one. And it is using these basic characters that she writes the first draft of her memoirs, about 50 pages in total, with which she wins the 150,000 yen of the second prize offered by the magazine, and which are published in the February 1957 issue, with the title The Wanderings of a Country Geisha, Aru Inaka Geisha no Rutenka. The publishing house Habensha immediately captures the potential in terms of emotional impact on the public, despite the impoverishment of the text as a result of a brutally invasive editing work by the editors of Shufu no Tomo, and proposes to Masuda to make a book, which would see the light in August 1957. This time, the author's voice is left free to express itself, and much of the charm of the text, which is proposed here in the beautiful translation of Sylvia Tadei, lies precisely in the spontaneity of a limpid, immediate, often colloquial writing, in which fear, rage, bewilderment, suffering vibrate from time to time, if in fact it is from the contest convened by the popular women's magazine that the idea of telling her own life has germinated in Masuda. It is also undeniable the desire to denounce, or rather to shout the pain and resentment of an existence lacerated by misery, depravity, fatigue, material and emotional deprivation. In the European and American collective imagination, the figure of the geisha is still today the symbol of a unique and absolute femininity, in which exquisiteness and elegance are tinged with eroticism. An image of romantic matrix, formed on the basis of the accounts of the first travelers who around the mid-19th century from Europe arrive in Japan as a result of the opening of the country after almost 2 centuries of closure, and reinforced by the portraits of the Ukiyo-e Prince of Kitagawa Utamaro, 1753 to 1806, which quickly invade overseas countries influencing many artists including Van Gogh, Pissarro, Beardsley. The fascination spread by this figure originates in the well-established idea that the geisha lives an existence dedicated to the search for beauty and perfection in the artistic field, in whose center is the aspiration to make herself a living work of art. Too, however, what captures the gaze and stimulates the desire of the foreign observer is not so much the skill in the traditional arts, dance, music, singing, as the aesthetics of which the geisha seems to become an interpreter, the grace of the movements and of the posture, the harmony of the colors and of the draperies, the complexity of the hairstyle, the sensuality of the candid nape left voluntarily uncovered. The call and the seduction of an exoticism that has found its best expression in works such as Madame Chrysanthème by Pierre Loti, or Madama Butterfly by Giacomo Puccini, but that can still be found today, for example, in the imperishable bestseller by Arthur Golden, Memoirs of a Geisha. What these stories have in common is, however, on closer inspection, the two-dimensionality, the total lack of thickness of the images that are proposed to us. Dolls cut on fragile rice paper, precious luxury ornaments yesterday for banquets and tea rooms, today for meetings between wealthy businessmen. And above all, what underlies is the conviction that these figures are instructed from the earliest age in the most refined techniques of pleasure to satisfy the desires and sexual fantasies of the rich clients, with whom in the course of their career and of their life, they will maintain sexual relations. The profession of geisha acquires prominence and popularity during the 17th century within the pleasure districts, the so-called cities without night, wanted by the shogunal government as an integral part of a series of measures aimed at regulating prostitution which was legal and avoiding problems of public order. To the geishas, officially professional entertainers, the regulations of the districts prohibited the provision of sexual services, but in fact, they were not limited to enlivening banquets with music and songs, and to engaging in witty conversations. An ambiguous role, therefore, theirs, which tends to become increasingly confused with that of the ladies of the night as the Edo era comes to an end. However, in this picture that we have drawn quickly, it is clear that the fascination is all the more potent, the more the most sordid aspects linked to the profession are excluded from the picture. The commodification of one's own body, first of all, but also the deprivation of freedom. Masuda's memoirs tear the veil and show what is usually left out of the frame: the nameless girl, mistreated, sold, destined to become not the queen of nocturnal entertainment in the pleasure district of some big city, icon of sensuality and beauty, but a humble onsen geisha who entertains the rough, vulgar, and often violent frequenters of a thermal station, small landowners, members of the local yakuza, owners of companies or factories, travelers passing through, or tourists in search of rest and cheap fun. And every night she is sold to the highest bidder. The romantic myth crumbles before our eyes to leave space for the woman, blood and flesh, wounded, humiliated, and nevertheless indomitable, who with crude and brutal sincerity undresses her own life, in a cry of protest and in a denunciation that remain unique in the panorama of modern and contemporary Japanese literature, so that there are no more nameless girls. Then, she continues her own path, with a smile on her lips. Chapter 2. A lonely and scared puppy. T-Soru, the little nanny. My earliest memories date back to when I was a nanny in a landowner's house in the rural district of Gohara, near Shiojiri in Nagano Prefecture. I hardly remember anything else from my childhood, but those people must have owned vast lands, because they had 3-day laborers under annual contract at their command, and during peak work periods, such as rice planting, they hired another 15 or 16. The property was surrounded by dense vegetation, and there were many chestnut trees. I was often scolded, even for unimportant things, and I lived in constant terror of the other people. Precisely like that, when I think of my childhood, I see again the image of myself as a little girl who, after being scolded, is tied to a chestnut tree and left there sobbing. For some reason, caterpillars fell very easily from those trees. There were always a lot on the ground, and following the roots they gradually began to climb the trunk. I hated them, but I was tied up and couldn't move even when they climbed on my body, so my head started spinning and I started to cry. I was perhaps 6 years old. At that time, I didn't even wonder why I didn't have parents, or why I was the only one tormented. The only things I knew were that being hungry was bad and that people were scary. Only that. I lived thinking only about how to hide so that others wouldn't find me and how to fill my stomach. As for this, my meals depended completely on others. They left a bowl under the kitchen sink where they put the leftovers of rice and soup for me. If there was a lot, I was full right away, but if there was little or nothing left, there was nothing to do. After everyone had finished eating, I would go to the kitchen and take a look at the bowl. If there was something inside, I would quickly curl up under the sink and eat. My bed was a jute sack filled with rags, thrown in a corner of the warehouse. The rags whispered on my legs when I got in to sleep. During the night, I always ended up feeling the need to go to the bathroom. The warehouse, however, was dark and I was afraid. While I hesitated, not knowing what to do, I would get sleepy and fall asleep again. Even though I wet myself, I didn't worry, because in the morning I still felt a certain warmth. But when night came and I put my legs between the rags to sleep, oh no, they were freezing and wet, and immediately what had happened the night before came back to my mind. It disgusted me. I couldn't sleep. And therefore, when it happened, I looked for a sheltered place outside and slept curled up like a puppy. Winter in the Shinshu region is cold and it's not easy. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't do it again, but at night I always got scared and so I often ended up sleeping outside. It wasn't just at night that I was cold. While I was taking care of the child, my shoulders were warm because I was carrying him on my back, but my feet were as cold as ice. Even in winter, no matter how cold it was, they wouldn't let me put on tabi, so I had the habit of keeping one leg raised and resting it on the other. I did it continuously, always standing on one leg, and that's why they had nicknamed me Churu Crane. It wasn't just the adults who tormented me. If I was so distracted that the other children discovered me, I was always forced to do something unpleasant. They called it, "Let's play dog." The children would throw something on the ground and I, on all fours, had to run in a circle shouting, "Woof, woof," and pick up the object with my mouth. If I tried to say that I didn't feel like it, They would do all sorts of things to me. They would step on my feet, pinch me, and kick me. Terrified, I ended up doing what they told me. I think it was a fun toy for them. When I arrived at that house, they said I had lice, and they shaved my head. Perhaps it was from that moment that the children began to ask me, "Nanny, are you a boy or a girl?" And then I would lift my skirt and show my butt. In the end, they found it so funny that every time they saw me, they shouted, "Lift your skirt. Lift it." At 8 or 9 years old, even though no one had taught me, I began to understand, perhaps by instinct, what modesty was. If I tried to escape, they would stand in front of me and tell me that they wouldn't let me pass if I didn't lift my skirt. "Mop, crane, monkey, is your butt all red?" They mocked me like that. When I started to cry, they let me go. If I burst into tears, they had a great time, and they left happy. Ah, the little monkey has started to cry. I had already understood, and therefore every time I started to cry, that way they would leave me alone. Chapter 3. The eyes of the bulls shine in the darkness. As for my work, they would wake me up at around 5 and make me wash clothes in the river. There are 2 types of running water in the countryside. One for washing dishes and another for washing clothes. In winter, both are freezing, but at the spot where everyone washes clothes, the ice is thin. It breaks, and you wash the clothes. I, however, was small and clumsy, and by the time I rinsed the rags, the water had frozen again. Nevertheless, I persevered in the work and rubbed my hands, which ached from the cracks. After finishing the washing, I had to clean and prepare breakfast, and then I finally dedicated myself to taking care of the baby. The family consisted of the master, the mistress, and the young married couple. My task was to take care of this couple's child. There were many servants, and because of this, an event occurred one day. To test me, they said, they left 2 sen somewhere where I could see them, which then disappeared. I hadn't even seen them, nor did I know how money was used at the time, but I was accused of taking them to buy mochi, and for this, I was scolded. They told me to kneel, and with my hands on the ground, ask for forgiveness. I stammered, it wasn't me, only making things worse. "Leave her here until she confesses," they said, and I remained locked in the warehouse for 2 days. In the warehouse, the sacks of rice were stored. If I stuck my fingers in, I could take out a handful and chew it little by little, but for 2 days I didn't see a single drop of water. It was terrible. I felt like I was going to die. And yet, I never once asked why I had to endure all this if I hadn't taken the money. I endured it with the constant fear of what else they would do to me. Thinking about it now, it is possible that the 2 sen had really disappeared, but without proof, they wouldn't have been able to accuse an adult, and they had probably used me as a kind of warning to the other laborers. In summer, there were so many melons in the fields that they ended up rotting, and since I never received enough food, I would sneak into the fields and start eating. I did it being careful that no one saw me, but for some reason they always discovered me. "You've been in the melon field again, haven't you?" I would get 3 or 4 slaps, and I would apologize, saying that I wouldn't go again. I really promised myself not to set foot there again, but when I got hungry, I would go out and go there. And they caught me right away. In the end, they told me that if I went again, they would push me into the bullpen. The bullpen is a terrifying place. They threw me there in the middle of the night, which would agitate the beasts. I would be trampled and gored horribly. The eyes of the bulls, which shine sinisterly in the night, are terrifying. Even now, I can't help but be terrified. Then I decided that I absolutely would not go again to the melon field. But I always ended up going back and being caught red-handed. I was so scared of the bullpen that no matter how much they scolded me, I insisted that I never set foot in the melon field. "You never go, huh? Then what's this?" They showed me the baby's diaper. And finally, the enigma of how they managed to discover me every time was revealed. When I was huddled in the field trying to chew, the baby would put everything he could grab in his mouth, and the melon leaves were visible in his feces. After that episode, they decided that their precious baby could not be entrusted to a creature like me, and they put me to pulling weeds from the fields, and in autumn, to driving the bull carts loaded with unthreshed rice from the rice fields to home. But the bulls scared me. I wasn't able to make them go in the direction I wanted. One day, a wheel of the cart sank into a puddle of water. I didn't know what to do when a gentleman from the neighborhood passed by, who, with great effort, managed to get it out. To make a little creature like you do this, it must be terrible. He spoke to me so gently that I almost felt like crying, and without realizing it, I let out a yes. It's too heavy for me. After a few days, I was called by the grandfather, the owner of the farm. How dare you speak badly of the family if you are not even able to carry out your tasks? He was very angry and hit me with a stick that was lying on the floor, from which, however, some nails protruded. The wound they caused me became infected, and medical intervention was necessary. Not only do they cause us trouble, but they also cost us money. Don't give this annoying thing any more food, and don't let her sleep under this roof anymore, he shouted, furious, and I deeply regretted having trusted that gentleman. I hadn't spoken badly of anyone. What kind of spy? Never trust anyone again. This is the lesson that this experience has given me. Chapter 4. I too had a mother. From what I have written, it might seem that my days were full of sad events, and that I always spent them crying, but in secret from others I also allowed myself some small fun. On the farm there were many hazelnut and chestnut trees, and when no one noticed I would gather their fruits. I must have acquired some prudence because I kept them hidden, and in winter I would take them out and eat them. Chewing raw, dry chestnuts is a real delight. Hazelnuts, on the other hand, I would crack with a stone, an occupation that greatly comforted me from the melancholy of those days. Or I would go to a place where there was no one, and just curling up there quietly allowed me to spend moments of true tranquility. How many years I spent in that house I couldn't say, but one day a gentleman came, a certain uncle, and told me that he would accompany me to see my mother. I had never been so happy, but since everyone called me Little Monkey, without thinking, I asked, "Is my mother really a human being?" And the uncle burst out laughing. So I too had a mother. What kind of person was she? Where did she live? I wanted to find her right away. I walked ahead of the uncle, towards that house. The other children have parents, and that's why they go to school. They receive sweets. They can even wear tabi. Maybe I could wear them too. My mother, however, did not give me a single kind gesture. She looked at me from time to time with icy eyes. In a house with fallen gutters and dim light, there was a man sleeping and 4 children who, a little from afar, watched me with great curiosity. Now that I think about it, among them must have been my little brother, who later took his own life. I stayed only one night. In the morning I left with a tired step, still guided by the uncle. During the journey I learned from him how I had been born. I was a child without a father, and since this was a cause of social shame, as soon as I was born I was taken by the uncle who was my mother's younger brother. Until I was 5 years old he took care of me with great effort, until an acquaintance of those landowners suggested that he entrust me to them as a nanny. This is what the uncle told me, and even now I remember that he added, "Of course you too are a poor creature." I felt like when a father does something to pamper his child, and I walked in the snow up to my knees holding the uncle's hand, as if I was waiting for who knows what fun. At that very moment, however, I was walking towards the event that influenced the rest of my life. I was about to be sold to a geisha house. Even if I had not been sold as a geisha, for a person like me there would never have been hope of happiness. Now I am full of resentment. I would like to shout how miserable is the existence of someone who has been born like me, like a kind of lump of sin, due to the neglect of the parents. A life like mine must never be repeated again. No matter how unfortunate and shameful it may be, a human being is always a human being. Their soul is in continuous search of the light, and when it manages to glimpse one, it does anything to get closer to it. It writhes in anguish. And even though it writhes, it ends up drowning before it has reached it. I would like you to, if you have a heart, if one day you become a father or mother, even if it costs you all your energy, take care of your child until he is able to walk on his own legs. Chapter 5. The Sunburnt Apprentice. A Dream Palace. Unable to go to school and unable to read, I grew up like an abandoned dog, and at the age of 12 I was sold. I didn't even know how old I was, but I had heard someone say I was 12, and I remember thinking, so I'm 12 years old. It must have been around 1936 or 1937. The place where I was sold was an Okia one called Takanoya in the northern part of Soa, and at first I was captivated by the beauty of that dream palace. The uncle was talking about something in a low voice with the owner of the house. He was bowing his head more than necessary and continuously rubbing the tip of his nose with the handkerchief he was clutching in his hand. I was sitting behind him. Small. My face was burnt by the sun, but my eyes were shining and looking around with curiosity. This is the spirit of the water. The first words that reached my ears were those of Mother, the owner of Takanoya. I don't know why, but I felt terribly ashamed, and I bowed my head. Meanwhile, somehow the agreements were made, and the uncle said, "From now on, you are a daughter of this house, so do what the owner tells you and make everyone like you." Then he went out through the service door. They made me bathe, change clothes, and accompanied me to the rooms of the older sisters. I was amazed. On bamboo hangers hung petticoats and kimonos more beautiful than the ones the landowner's daughter wore to the town festivals. During my time as a nanny, I once glanced at an illustrated book. There was a drawing of a stupendous palace. When I asked Mishan, the daughter of a day laborer, what it was, she replied, "It is the palace of the Dragon King, and this beautiful girl here is Otohime." That's why I really thought I had ended up in the Dragon King's palace, and I believed that the sisters were Otohimes. I also thought that I would be very happy being able to live in such a wonderful place. The reality that awaited me the next day, however, made me understand that it was not the fairy tale and peaceful place I thought. In the morning I would wake up, scrub the wooden floors, wash clothes for the 9 people in the house, run here and there. At night I would go behind the older sisters, carrying their shamisen too, and if necessary, if they stayed out to sleep, I had to take them a change of clothes for the next day. Mother and my older sisters called me for this or that, and I didn't have a moment of peace. Besides, they always scolded me. "You stupid idiot." As soon as I arrived, Father asked me what my name was, and I immediately replied, "Nanny." He laughed at me, saying that there was no such name, and then I quickly corrected myself and said, "Tsuru." "Ah, that's better, Tsuru." In the blink of an eye, however, they began to call me idiot because of my poor intelligence. I, however, had never been so happy. After all, I could have sweets. When the older sisters were in a good mood, they hid in the sleeves of their kimonos the candies and soft cakes they received during the banquets, and gave them to me. I had seen sweets in the house of the landowners, but I had never received one. In addition, they took me to the cinema for the first time, and I thought that there were truly unhappy people in the world, so I cried until my head hurt. Even after a few days, if I thought about the plot of the movie again, tears would spring to my eyes. The sisters made fun of me. "Look, if there has to be such an idiot, she doesn't understand anything." They explained to me so many times that it was a made-up story, a movie, but I couldn't grasp the meaning of those words, and I repeated to myself, "It's because I'm not a human being that I don't understand these things." In that movie, there was a blind child and the mother who worked somewhere as a waitress. The child mistakenly stepped on a pan and said, "What a hard sandal." And the mother at that scene decided to commit suicide, but outside she saw a hen feeding next to the chicks and gave up the idea of ending her life. The plot of the movie was all here, but even now, after 20 years, I remember it perfectly. Chapter 6. The School for Geishas. A month after my arrival, I was enrolled in the Geisha school. Generally, apprentices don't attend regular school, but rather the Geisha school in the district. On the way from home to school, we were often mocked if the local ruffians happened to find us. "Hey, the Geisha girls are coming. What a stench, what a smell." They threw stones at us, made faces, and made fun of us. Before I arrived, there was already another apprentice at Tekanoya. She was a year older than me and had been there for 3 years. She had arrived at the age of 10. Her name was Hamako. She had long hair that was up in a bun so high that her eyes seemed even more almond-shaped, and something in her figure inspired a sense of fragility and delicacy. But older sister Hamako was very brave. "Little Suru, we won't run away," she would say. And to the ruffians she would reply, "Crude hicks, and don't your parents smell, perhaps? Who do they think they are? Their parents pay for them, the geishas, and they sleep with them too, I bet. We'll see, damn it. How I hate them." Her cheeks were red with excitement when she said these things. Hamako was beautiful, and therefore I think Mother harbored many hopes for her future. In any case, she scolded her much less than me. At that time my hair barely grew, and zap, she would cut it right away. It was always of medium length. I was identical to a water spirit, a kappa, and I was also very thin. If you compare Chapter 7. My 4 older sisters. In Tekanoya lived 4 geishas. The eldest sister, Takeyo, was not particularly sought after, but she had been there the longest. She had a terrible temper and loved to boss others around. When she came home drunk, she always woke me up in the middle of the night and sent me to buy her cigarettes. Logically, when she realized she didn't have enough, she should have bought them in advance. But she didn't care in the slightest about bothering others. No tobacconist would be open at 2 or 3 in the morning, and she must have remembered that well from her apprentice days. But if I came back and said they were all closed, she would scold me and say, "Well, then stay outside until they open, won't you?" I had no choice but to go back to the store and wait, but I would instantly burst into tears, and some drunk passing by would stop and ask me what had happened. Then I would tell him what had happened, and he would give me a pack in which there were still 5 or 6 left. After the first time, I learned that in these cases I should look for a drunk man and start sobbing in front of him. The eldest sister, Karuta, was gentle-spirited and spoiled me the most, always giving me sweets. Once I broke Mother's teacup, but I didn't have the courage to go and apologize. I knew I would be scolded even more, and I would just stand there trembling. Karuta asked me what had happened, and when I pointed to the broken cup with a face of desperate need for help, she said, "There's no need to cry." Acting as if nothing had happened, she bravely presented herself to Mother and, kneeling with her hands on the floor, apologized. "I've been distracted. I have no excuse," pointing to the broken cup. "Yes, you have no excuse. But if you clean up the pieces, I won't call the police," Mother replied with a disdainful air. Nothing more. I think it was because Karuta sold quite well, and was popular with customers. The eldest sister, Takemi, suffered from a form of peritonitis caused by syphilis, and even in the period when I arrived at Tekanoya, when she got up in the morning, her body was full of swellings and lumps. She had a sickly color, a long, straight nose, and beautiful eyes. She didn't torment me or spoil me, but she never called me stupid, Not once. She had something peaceful, almost slow, and that's why Mother always lashed out at her, but she didn't seem to care at all, and she perpetually had an ambiguous smile on her lips. I couldn't possibly think she was stupid. Even now, I can't help but wonder if she wasn't the smartest of them all. Her stomach was upset. It hurt to eat anything, she said. Takeke couldn't stand seeing her in that state and told her that if she didn't go to a doctor she would die, but Takemi replied with a clear smile and without a single shadow of doubt on her face. There is nothing in this world that I dislike leaving, and if I can die even just one day earlier, I will be at peace one day earlier. They say that dying is paradise and living is hell, and I want to go to paradise soon. It is said that bamboo blooms and produces seeds every 100 or perhaps it was 1,000 years, and that whoever sees them will live a happy life. I have heard it said that Takemi was named Bamboo Seed precisely for this reason. Who knows if it's true? The eldest sister, Shizuka, was so beautiful that she seemed to have come out of an ukiyo-e print. She put on airs of a prima donna and was a great chatterbox. She exaggerated any story and kept talking about it as if she knew everything imaginable about that matter. And then Takiyo would say, "What a gossip you are. Why don't you shut up for a bit?" Shizuka, however, didn't like being told to shut up in a bad way and would reply acidly, "What nerve you have to talk to me like that, you who aren't even sought after by customers." These were the evils I was forced to hear. Shizuka loved novels, and if she had even just a free moment, she would lie down on her stomach to read. All her books are about the exploits of the popular hero Zenigata Heiji, and I have heard that she had no less than 12 volumes. If she was in a good mood, she would read me some passage. What do you think? It's great, isn't it? If there was a man like that here, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment, and I would make him mine. How I adore him. Just thinking about him makes my heart beat so fast, she would say, all agitated with her eyes shining. At that time, I didn't yet know that novels were the product of the author's imagination, and wanting to pay her a compliment, I once said to her, "I want to meet him too. Sister, if you find him, do you promise to introduce him to me too?" But what a fool this girl is. It's almost embarrassing that someone like that says she wants to become a geisha. She always made fun of me, and once she spread these rumors I became the laughingstock of everyone. Better to be quiet. I had convinced myself that if I didn't understand something, it must be because I was stupid. Shizuka was a lunatic. One moment she would caress you and the next she would slap you, and once a month she cried desperately. If I even went to see the other older sisters and said Shizuka is crying, they would tell me to leave her alone, and none of them would keep her company. At those times, even if she was requested for some banquet, she would stay there, hesitant about whether to postpone it or not, and in the end she would go out crying. I was convinced that people cried for really serious reasons, and one day I went to see Mother and told her that Shizuka was sobbing. She's a lost cause, that girl. Once a month, when nature runs its course, she gets the uncontrollable need to cry. She has the disease of tears. Disease of tears or not, she was surely crying, for some reason. That's how I saw it. What if she were visited by a doctor? I tried to suggest, watching Mother's expression carefully. But why the hell have we taken in this fool here? She's good for nothing. Call Shizuka. She spoke with all the discontent in the world stamped on her face. Shizuka took my place in front of Mother, and stood there on tenterhooks with the expression of someone who knows they are about to be scolded. I immediately regretted what I had done, because an action of mine that I hoped would resolve things had only made them worse. I was anxious, standing, careful not to make noise, and I waited to see what would happen. If you don't like being here, you can change houses at any time, you know. You are not fit to be a geisha. A geisha. You know, even if she is a little pretty but doesn't behave to be in a good mood, doesn't sell. You are more suited to be a prostitute. So I beg you, rid us of your presence, even from tomorrow. Mother, please forgive me. I will do everything possible to earn money. And while listening to Shizuka's pleas, I realized that I had understood nothing, and that I should never have said anything without being asked. I was gripped by remorse. At that time, the issues relating to the accommodation and maintenance of a geisha were in the full power of the owners. The aspirations of the interested party did not count for anything. The police accepted the buying and selling of human beings. Shizuka, when she was dismissed by Mother, saw me and gave me 2 slaps, 1 on each cheek. Chapter 8. Elle est morte de Takem. In the Shinshu region, spring arrives late and autumn comes early. By mid-September, the mornings and evenings are already cold. Take-Me, who always complained of stomach pains and kept getting injections, eventually began spending her days in bed. Before the illness took hold, Take-Me would participate in banquets if invited. Perhaps it was the fever, but she constantly had red cheeks and goosebumps. She would say, "I've always believed that if you have the will, you can endure anything, but when it comes to illness, it's all useless, isn't it?" And she always said it without a trace of sadness on her face. It was precisely during that period that I heard that a girl from a nearby Okiya, with whom I often practiced during classes at the geisha school, had been murdered. My older sisters, when they were together, talked of nothing else. That girl had only eaten a daifuku that probably cost a sen. The mother of the Okiya had caught her and shoved a rag in her mouth, saying, "If you like to eat so much, then take this." Then she had wrapped her in a futon and locked her in the closet. And everyone had forgotten about her. When they had realized they had taken her out already cold, they said, "She must have suffered the torments of hell in there." The futon was even soaked with pee. They had called the parents and compensated them. Then, after a series of bows, the parents had left, taking the girl's body, and that was the end of the story. What a horrible world if a life can be bought with 100 yen. No, it just so happened that her heart stopped at that moment. She was unlucky. Or even though we are for sale, a human life cannot be bought like that. And so on. Even without knowing the truth, everyone was talking nonsense. Of course, however, there was no doubt about the fact that the girl had died. Take-Me's words were, "I wonder if the one who dies is really the unlucky one and the one who lives is the lucky one." Some time later, she began to not go to the banquets to which she was invited, and she spent her hours humming to herself. One day, thinking that she must be very lonely, when everyone went out to go to the tea houses, I went up to the 2nd floor. Father, Mother, and the apprentices slept on the 1st floor, but the geisha's rooms were on the 2nd. Take-Me was sleeping, and it seemed that she had completely exhausted both her physical and spiritual resources. She sensed my presence and said, "Is that you, little Suru?" and smiled. "You are a good girl, you know. They say you're stupid, but it's not true. You are honest and pure. I never would have wanted an honest person like you to end up in an environment like this, but there's nothing to be done. Everything is decided by birth. Everything we must do in the course of our lives. I have been correct until the end, with my destiny. What had been decided for me I have done, and also quickly, and so I can go to paradise soon. I too, you know, am a human being, and there were things that I would have liked to say, that I would have liked to do. There was a person I was a little in love with. I knew that nothing would ever come of it, and so I gave up. The time will come when you too will understand, and I would like you to remember well what I have just told you, so I can finally be at peace." She spoke as if she were in a trance, perhaps delirious with fever, and she stared at me with those beautiful eyes of hers. Have you understood? Remember me. You must not forget me, okay? She continued, repeating. You must never do anything that attracts the wrath of others, because sooner or later it comes back to haunt us in another form. The day will come when you too will understand, she repeated, and in her warm hands she squeezed mine with that sweet smile of hers. I remember it so distinctly that I seemed to hear her voice. Why? But why had I never been treated with such sincerity, nor had such soft, warm hands touched me? Although I had never hated anyone, nor had I done anything to hurt anyone, every time I had tried to do good, it had ended badly. I was always ridiculed and insulted. Take Me was not at all sad. On the contrary, she had a beautiful smile, a smile that only someone who sees things for what they really are can have. And I will not forget it in my whole life. At that time, however, I still did not understand the meaning of her words, and I only thought that a beautiful person remains beautiful even during illness. Some time after that night, Take Me passed away peacefully. They said that when they had realized the seriousness of her illness, it was already too late. On the 6th day since her arrival at the hospital, she went to paradise. I thought it was better that way. I felt relieved. The night of the wake, however, I was amazed at how much everyone was crying and lamenting her death. If only she had told us before that it was so serious, perhaps a solution could have been found. I have never known such a good girl. She never disobeys. She strived to earn as much as possible without complaining. Everyone should take her as an example, said Mother while sobbing. Then the older sister, Karuta, replied angrily. You would be satisfied, wouldn't you, if all of us worked so hard until we died like Takemi did? Then she turned to me and said, For what reason did Takemi come into the world? She has been sacrificed first by her parents and then by this old harpy. I wonder if she ever had fun in her whole life. The others scolded me, saying, Fool, what are you doing standing there dumbfounded? You're not even crying. Take Me had finally gone where she had always wanted to go. She was at peace, so why was everyone so desperate? It was all a mystery to me. Chapter 9. The Iron. After Takemi's death, Karuta began to behave in a somewhat wild manner. She had never been one to come home after drinking too much, but now she always came back dead drunk. She would say, How can one live honestly in a world like this? And when someone told her it was only 10 o'clock at night, she would get into the futon, cover herself with the blanket up to her head, and sleep. Mother was furious, trying to wake her up and drag her out, but Karuta would respond, I feel sick. I can't move. You couldn't have moved her with a tank. Mother was extremely angry. Once she put snow in her kimono, and then took it all off. You, Tonta, and you, Hamako, fill the tub with water. I'll give her a good refreshing to bring her back to her senses. Then she forced us to hold the tub while she grabbed her by the hair and dunked her head in the water. But no matter how much they shook and mistreated her, Karuta did not resist, did not scream. She just looked at Mother with fiery eyes. I was terrified. I waited for Mother to leave, and then I asked her if it had been painful and if she wanted to put her kimono back on. Karuta hugged me sweetly. Someone like me, and barely holding back tears, she said to me, I'm fine, don't worry. On her feet there were so many red burns, scars from when Mother put out cigarettes on her. One night, Chapter 10. The scar. I told Karuta about the bad experience in the apartment, but she just said, Oh really, and went home. That night, however, while I was sleeping, she woke me up gently. Little Tuzuru, do you want to keep living in a world like this? I've come to take you, to die with you. I replied, Sister, if you die, I want to die too. Then she untied her obi, carried me on her back, and together we arrived at Lake Suwa. It was a windless day. The branches of the willows on the shores of the lake were still, and the water was black, very calm. Suddenly I said, "Not Lake Suwa. Anywhere else is fine, but not Lake Suwa." I insisted that she listen to me, and I started to cry. A dragon lived in Lake Suwa, and the body of anyone who drowned there, after being mutilated, would come to the surface, or so they said. I was afraid of that dragon. Ignorant as I was, I believed it really existed. "Oh, really? Well, if you don't like it here, let's go to the train tracks. If we hurry, we'll make it for the 12:05 train to Toki." And, while I was undecided about what to do, Gautier 9 in hand, she headed towards the tracks. When you die on the tracks, you know you mustn't look back under any circumstances. If you do, the god of death escapes. And she walked faster and faster. I will never forget the terror I felt. In the darkness, here was the black monster, with its single eye that shone. It was heading towards us, and its scream reached us louder and louder. I became a coward again. And as much as I wanted to end it all, the thought of the weight of that train on my body was unbearable. Karuta was there, standing on the tracks, all proud with me on her back. But I began to thrashing and kicking. "Sister, stop. Please, run away, I'm scared." "No." She stood there as if she were daydreaming. Was it the creature thrashing on her back that brought her back to her senses? In the end, she moved away from the tracks. At that moment, a very strong gust of wind hit my cheek, and the black car roared past us. Karuta perhaps tripped over something and fell, with me on her back. The pain in my leg made me turn my head. When the train was far away, she said to me sweetly, "Little Tsuru, I'm sorry. It's not that I wanted to die, but I felt so sorry for you with this wound that I caused you. I've left you alone, suffering. It's a decision made after 1,000 doubts, you know. But if you don't want to die, there's no reason for me to kill you. I'll work like crazy, and if there's even a single sen that I can secretly set aside for Mother, then I'll use it for you. I'll give something to the nurses so they treat you well, even if it's little." As she spoke, she walked along the dark path where the frost had fallen, and we returned to the hospital. She was 18 years old, and I was 12. We had sneaked out and got away with it without anyone discovering us. The wound, however, was greatly aggravated by the fall, and for the rest of my life I was left with a large and ugly scar on my leg. How embarrassing! It is precisely because of that scar that I have always been so self-conscious. The day after returning to the hospital, I developed a fever. The doctor shook his head and said, "It's very strange, but how strange?" The wound on my leg was so painful that it throbbed. Boom, boom, boom. For 3 days I endured it, but then I shouted that I couldn't take it anymore, and the doctor removed the cast. "Damn it! It's infected." He was so perplexed that he was endearing, and the mother of the Takanoya was called. Chapter 11. I learned my name. I don't know what they decided afterwards, but my real mother was also called, and I was admitted to the Suwa Red Cross Hospital. They took x-rays, and another day passed, then a nurse carried me to the operating room. I was thinking about the pain I would still have to suffer. My heart was beating fast, and no matter how hard I tried to keep them still, my teeth wouldn't stop chattering. I felt a very strong urge to pee. At that moment, I heard the doctor shouting something angrily from outside. "Amputate the leg. I can't take this responsibility." Why wasn't she brought here sooner? A girl crippled by her parents' neglect. My nerves were on edge. I could feel his voice echoing in my head. They gave me anesthesia, and then I don't remember anything else. When I regained consciousness, my leg was wrapped in bandages. That night it bled a lot. They had put 5 sheets of newspaper on top of a sheet of waxed paper, but they were all filled with blood. The next day the bandages were changed. The fever had dried them around the wound, and when they were removed, they made the sound of something being torn off. The pain made me shake so much that the next day the nurse gave me a gauze and told me to bite it. If you start shouting, the doctor gets nervous and ends up hurting himself even more. I had decided that when the doctor came into the room, I would wait my turn with the futon over my head. On the fourth day, my mother said, "If I don't go back to work, we'll all starve at home. I can't always be looking after you. There's an invalid and 4 children waiting for me. I've asked the nurses to take care of you. So do what they tell you and let yourself be pampered a little." And she left. We parted before I could call her mom, even once. There were 6 beds in the room and 5 patients. The boy near me was probably my age, and his grandmother was at his bedside. The person near him was always in the company of a lady or a gentleman, both elderly, who took turns. That person, they said, had been in the hospital for 11 years. His body was entirely covered by the wounds of periostitis, and he couldn't move. He used a small mirror to look in the direction he wanted. The man behind me had helped transport the sacred pillar which had fallen on his leg and broken his ankle. They had to amputate his foot. He thought there was still hope, they said, and his wife was keeping him company. The sacred pillar was a large tree trunk to which a rope was attached, and it was transported through the city during a religious festival that was held once every 7 years in Soa. The person next to me had had a kidney removed, but the healing wasn't going too well. He walked unsteadily, and every day he strummed an old guitar. They were all worried about me, who was left to my own devices, and they were very kind. The nurses, too. In the morning, they cleaned my face with a warm towel, helped me eat, and if they had time, they brushed my hair, which had grown quite long in that period. After about 10 days, my morning temperature had returned to normal, and I enjoyed looking over and over the manga that the boy near me had lent me. Dr. Ishii said that eels, when they perceive danger, hide, and I too, who threw the blanket over my head and left only my leg out, was like them. And so he began to call me Eel. He had been the one who had healed me when I had been admitted to the hospital, the time I had shouted all kinds of insults at him. "It hurts. Stop it. You idiot doctor. Stop now. You fool, I'll tear your eyes out, you imbecile." The others always joked about what had happened. They laughed because Dr. Ishii was the deputy director of the hospital and a talented doctor. One day he said to me, "Hey, Eel. Come on, don't hide, show your face." And he tried to pull the futon, which I was holding with both hands. "It didn't hurt today, did it? I have something for you, because you haven't cried. Come on, show your head." But I kept holding the edges of the blanket tightly. The nurse said to me, "Take it. The doctor says he's giving you a candy." Hearing this, I suddenly took out a hand, and he put it there. The nurse continued, "It's the first time the doctor has done such a thing, huh? Miss Masuda, what an honor." Being called that almost took my breath away. My name was not Nanny, nor Crane, and not even Fool. It was Masuda. At the age of 12, upon arriving at that hospital, here I was given the chance to know my real name for the first time. Chapter 12. A miserable regulation. The new year also passed, and I turned 13. The wound on my leg was getting better every day. Everyone pampered me, and I didn't have a single problem in the world. That hospital room was paradise for me. There, for the first time, I was treated like a human being, and that's why I would have liked to stay a little longer, even if it meant having to endure some more pain. The man with the leg mutilated by the sacred pillar had suddenly resigned himself and had it amputated. Since the fracture was in the ankle, there was talk of cutting from the knee down, but such a stump would be useless. On the contrary, it would only be a hindrance, and that's why they cut from the thigh. When he returned from the operation with one less leg, his wife and mother cried desperately. One day Karuta suddenly showed up. "Forgive me. I always think of you, but Mother says we have nothing to do with you anymore and that I shouldn't come to see you at all. Today I went to the cinema with a client. I pretended to go to the bathroom and I escaped here. And then she asked, "But are you here alone? Isn't there someone to keep you company always?" I told her how nice the place was, how kind everyone was to me, but she pitied me. What a dirty place. I have finally managed to save this money secretly from Mother, and she gave me 3 yen. Then she left in a hurry. Until that moment I had never had my own money. I didn't even know how it was used, and I was really stupefied. The one-legged man saw Karuta and said, "That's your older sister, isn't it?" I didn't know what to answer. And then I said, "Yes, it's not that she's really my sister, but she's my older sister. What is your relationship? Did you live together?" And from this it came to light that she was a geisha apprentice. Everyone in unison began to say, "It's a sadness that this girl has to become a geisha. If only there was something we could do. And they have also put you here in the non-paying room. How stingy." And they began to treat me even more kindly than before. After 6 days they moved me to a nice room with tatami mats, with a lady who came to keep me company. I asked the nurse how something like this had happened, when I wanted to stay in the previous room. Not even I know. It's an order from the secretary, perhaps because the room had changed. But the nurse was also different, brusque in manners. I had the previous one called Nurse Kobayashi. I asked her, "Why am I here alone now? Is it because I bothered the others?" I didn't make noise, however. Right. Even during the treatments, even when I got the injections, I behaved well. Right. Make me go back to the previous room, please. But yes, you are a good girl. It's just that now you are in the paying room. Before you were in the one for patients who cannot afford to pay. But why can I pay now? Please, make me go back to the previous room even if I can pay now. Ask the hospital director. I beg you. It can't be done. It's the regulation. Come on. If I have a free moment, I will come to see you, so behave as before. Huh? Just when I was happy. If only the regulation didn't exist. And also the money. Because of the money they had stolen my happiness. I saw it this way, and I was so sorry. The guitar man had promised to give me the rice sweets that came from home. The one-legged man would soon be discharged and had promised to give me the vase and the flowers he had near the pillow. All my hopes vanished like a dream. The lady who assisted me recited every morning and every night, "Deliver us from evil. Help us," shaking her body and moving her hands in a strange way, and said that I should do it too. I thought it wasn't right to disobey the person who also took care of my behind, and that's why I recited the formula with all my heart and soul. After a few days, Takenoya's mother and Karuta came to the hospital, and the mystery of how I had suddenly been able to pay was solved. Karuta had taken out a loan by extending her contract and had deposited the money in the hospital, but I felt the weight of her good deed on me. Chapter 13. Dedicated to the arts, my 5 months in the hospital passed, and I returned to the Takenoya. The fact that I could return with both legs was solely thanks to Dr. Ishii. The older sister Hamako had made her debut and changed her name to Tamari. The other sisters commented in various ways. "You still have both legs." According to what Mother said, they had to amputate it. But then it's true that in big hospitals there are good doctors. But Mother is a beast. When she realized that you would no longer be useful to her, she abandoned you to your fate. If she thinks she can take advantage of you, she'll squeeze you like a lemon. I hope she has a stroke. They spoke nonsensically like this, perhaps to console me, perhaps to vent their resentment. Among them, Karuta was the one who was truly happy from the bottom of her heart. "Atsuru, how wonderful. From now on we will always get along, right? You and I are true sisters. and while crying she put her arm around my shoulders. The leg had a deep scar and was slightly twisted, but I had no difficulty following the lessons. I no longer thought about having to try hard because it was ugly to be given gifts or because it was painful to be hit. Enough of those childish thoughts. Now I just wanted to learn the arts quickly, become a geisha in every sense of the word, and help Karuta pay off the debt she had incurred for me. Naturally, even when I started going to banquets, all my earnings still went to the house, no matter how much they amounted to, and not even a miserable yen could be used to shorten her contract. But I didn't know that yet. I only thought about becoming a geisha. This was my only wish, and even when I walked down the street, or when I was in bed, I repeated the movements of the body and fingers, determined not to forget the dances or the notes of the shamisen. Chapter 14. The Little Ways of the Fool. The Shallow River. In the spring of my 14th year, I had my long-awaited debut, while my older sister Tamari became a geisha in every sense. Now it seems appropriate to briefly explain how our microcosm worked back then. When one was sold, the approximate value was calculated in tama, literally jewels. It could reach a maximum of 100 yen, but I, due to my humble origins, was sold for the meager sum of 30 yen. At that time, a shao of rice about 2 liters cost between 20 and 22 sen, as did a pair of tabi. To put it in today's money, in short, I was sold for more or less 20,000 yen. To begin with, the apprentice learned the arts, and performed the various tasks in the okiya, but, in return, received food and clothing. When she participated for the first time in the banquets called zashiki, she danced and served drinks, but did not stay overnight with the clients. Her remunerations, called gyokisai, were only half, and that is why the apprentices were called hangyoku, literally, half pay. To become a geisha in every sense, one had to pass an exam attended by the dance and shamisen teachers, the mother of the okiya, and the older sisters, the head of the union, the police, and even the employees of the geisha registry office in the neighborhood. Also, at the time of the sale, the police and someone from the registry office were always present as witnesses. The 2 years after debuting as a geisha were called marukage. All earnings, pay, and tips went to the house of belonging, which, however, continued to provide food and clothing. For the next 2 years, approximately, she became a gosh gidori, literally the one who takes the tips, because the pay went to the house, but the tips belonged to her. The formal kimonos were prepared by the house. The everyday ones had to be obtained by oneself. The duration of a geisha's contract was decided at the time of the sale. It was usually 10 years, and at the end 1 more year was worked as a sign of gratitude. After that, one was completely free, although in most cases one continued to work for the okiya. One was paid, but one gave money to the house for the room and for still being able to use the name of the okiya. Most of the girls, however, as soon as they debuted, were found a dana, a patron, and often became the number 2, the mistress of the latter. After the age of 20, one was no longer young, and few did not have a dana. It was a system by which, if a geisha sold well, the okiya of belonging earned money. If, on the other hand, she was not popular, it lost. Girls who did not sell were transferred from home. That is, as the expression says, they were immediately sold to another geisha house. The payments were made by the restaurants to the registry office, which then sent them to the various okiyas. In the office were hung the names of all the geishas. The ordered from the most popular on one side was written busy and on the other free, so that the availability of each one was clear. The restaurants do not hire the geisha directly. Everything was done through the registry office. On the day of my debut, I got into a rickshaw dressed to the nines and, accompanied by the mother of the tekanoya and a person from the office, I went to introduce myself to the managers of the restaurants and inns. When I started going to the banquets, I was more anxious about the older sisters of the clients. Once one of them looked at you. Chapter 15. A secret place. The elder sister Tamari, who had celebrated her debut as a geisha, angered clients and often caused problems of various kinds. Sometimes she would leave them there in the restaurant abandoned to their fate and run away. Someone from the restaurant would come to the okiya to sort things out. Mother would get angry and send Tamari back. But before long, another notice arrived, and Tamari had disappeared again. Mother trembled with rage, but there was nothing to be done. In the end, she took it out on whoever was in her path and shouted, "That brat has run away, I bet. Maybe I should report it to the police." In that small house, I did everything I could to avoid being seen and tried to keep myself safe from her wrath. Then, after about an hour, the restaurant would notify us that Tamari had returned. But the owner was furious and lamented to Mother, "It's not right that I have to stoop to doing all this to keep her here with the clients. I beg you to be careful next time." Being blacklisted by a restaurant was a great detriment to the house. It was a humiliation. Mother said that night when Tamari returned she would give her a good lesson and waited for her, but Tamari was one who knew all the tricks. She would not return that night. The next morning, there she was again among us, finding out about the situation and telling us about her evening. What a bore. I can't stand yesterday's guy even if he's been my Dana since I debuted. He has a lot of money, but no matter how much he has, a hateful person will always be hateful. And as she spoke, she embellished the story with phrases taken from old popular ballads. There was something I wanted to think about in peace, so I slipped away and went to my secret place, she said. The secret place was a place that only she and I knew, only the two of us. The Suwa fiefdom was worth 30,000 koku. It was not enough to plant pines, so they had planted elms. On the road leading to the main entrance of the castle, from the railway to the ruins, these huge trees were lined up. There was one that had grown a little inclined over the roots, and, since we were apprentices, she and I loved to climb and hide among the foliage. Tamari disappeared approximately once every 2 months. Even if I was busy at a banquet, if I heard rumors that she had escaped, would run to the row of trees and whisper to her, "Sister, sister." Little Tusuru. Is Mother still angry? Come down, sister. No, come on, I'm just taking a nap. You come up too. From above there is a great view of Suwa. Beautiful. Very beautiful. I want to show you. And so, I tied the very long sleeves of my kimono behind me and climbed up. But the dresses were much more elaborate than when I was a novice, and I could no longer be so agile. When I got to the top, the view was really great. The city lights shone through the leaves. People walked fast and looked like little ants. I could see the ruins of the castle. Behind the Katakura building, the water of the lake sparkled. I ended up forgetting that I had gone there to look for Tamari, and between the two of us, I was the one who was most amazed by so much beauty. It's beautiful, isn't it? Sadness, pain, it all disappears. You two, next time come here, and cry. When people are sad, I think they should go up high and look at the world below. Elder sister Tamari taught me this, and apart from the difficulty of getting up and down, she was absolutely right. It was not at all a bad feeling to be up there. That night we skipped about 30 minutes of the banquet, and the restaurant owner scolded us severely, but Mother was not as bad as I had expected. But what are you two up to? With those innocent little faces and so pleased with yourselves, huh? I don't have the courage to be seen by the restaurant owner anymore. Next time you do something like that, I'll iron your faces. Just that. We were so used to being scolded for any trifle that we didn't even blink. When we were apprentices, she would hit us until we couldn't take it anymore, and for nothing. But now, in general, a scolding was enough. As far as I was concerned, if they didn't hit me, I didn't consider it a punishment. I was very calm. From Mother's point of view, my popularity must have been a huge surprise, almost as if a horse given up for lost had sprouted wings and taken flight. But whether you are pretty or not, once you apply a little white makeup, unless your face is really wrecked, you become as pretty as everyone else. On the other hand, knowing how to sell yourself or not, that does depend on your skills. Mother was cordial with those who received many requests and icy with those who received none. The difference in behavior could be enormous. Very, very rarely, she would put an egg in each of our soups, but whoever had not been hired the night before would go without it. You didn't work yesterday, so you're not tired, are you? You don't need the egg, and she would say it in front of everyone. The older sisters would reply in a low voice, "For a measly egg, who wants to eat it?" I'd rather smash it in her face. None of them, however, had the courage to say it in front of her, and that was the end of it. I never missed an egg, so I probably fell into the category of popular girls. Time passed, and the elder sister Shizuka, who as usual evaded reality with her Zenigata Haiji, was rescued by her parents. By rescue by the parents, it was understood that the natural parents came to recover their daughter, and no one had the power to do anything, not even Mother. This, however, did not mean that Shizuka would be free. As an apprentice, she had been sold for 100 yen with a 10-year contract. Adding the costs of her lessons and maintenance, she could be resold for about 250 yen. But now that she had become a full-fledged geisha, she could have been sold to another geisha house, and her value would have been 300, perhaps 350 yen. Anyway, the money would have ended up in the parents' pockets. They must have been in serious financial trouble to sell their daughter to the first Okiya, but parents who negotiate with their children once will continue to try to get money from them, one way or another. Knowing that their little girl was now a geisha, even if they did not sell her to another house, they were sure to make some money by extending the contract at least once or twice. Chapter 16. The New Arrival. I remember the first New Year after my particularly dazzling debut. It was perhaps the 15th year of the Showa era, 1940. The great cities of China were falling one after another, and we were having fun like during a lantern procession. Was that the peak of the Japanese economy? New Year's in the flower and willow districts is disturbingly beautiful. They all wear formal black kimonos, dark lacquer sandals over white tabby socks, and with the left edge of the skirt raised, they reveal a glimpse of crimson lingerie with each step. Naturally, their hair is styled in the traditional manner. A house that has 5 such beauties lines up 5 rickshaws and sends them to their respective dana to give New Year's greetings. The clients have fun night and day, and the sums of money spent are simply astonishing. In that busy period, but also afterwards, I did everything possible to earn as much as possible. In the spring, a new apprentice was sold to the Taikanoya. When I saw her in passing at the entrance, she was wearing an immaculate mesh kimono and wooden sandals with red straps. Why should such a well-dressed young girl be sold? I couldn't understand it. After a while, the deal was closed, and she stood there, watching her father walk away. I was surprised at how much her appearance had changed. Now she was dressed worse than I was when I arrived at that house. She sensed my presence behind her, turned around suddenly, and gave me a pleading look, her eyes full of tears. I wanted to show her that I had no bad intentions and smiled at her. Poor thing. I'll take care of you. At that moment I made this vow to myself, somewhere in my heart. Mother ordered me to give her a bath, so I had the opportunity to ask her many things. Her name was Michiko, and she was 14 years old. She had just finished elementary school. She told me that the clothes she was wearing when she arrived, she had borrowed from a neighbor's daughter, and that's why her father had taken them away. Michiko was dressed as I was when I was an apprentice. I felt so sorry for her. Thinking that she would have my same and identical future filled me with sadness. Today, she still knew nothing. She only felt abandoned. But starting tomorrow, the anguishes will begin, the tears shed without others seeing them. I thought I would like to help her, in whatever little way I could. In that period, the older sister Takichio had already concluded her contract and was paying the house for the use of her name. Takichio liked to boss others around, so it was obvious that Michiko would be tormented. Once I made my debut, I had started selling and no one treated me badly. On the other hand, for my part, I didn't disobey anyone, I just tried to earn money. After Michiko's arrival, when at a banquet the clients, and the older geishas, asked me to go buy cigarettes at the counter, if I thought I could get away with it, I would take one more pack and hide it in my sleeve. Then, back home when Takichio ordered Michiko to go. Chapter 17. The geisha who slept with everyone. Towards the end of that year, another geisha moved in with us. They said that upon arriving at the Takenoya, Mother had asked her what her name was, and that she had replied, shrugging her shoulders, "I don't have a name. I thought you would give it to me." She debuted with the name Sonari, but from that night on she began to spend the night here and there, and she was never seen at home. A geisha who slept with everyone was called the one who gets into bed without looking. In those times, a geisha considered top-notch did not give herself to the first one who came along. As soon as we became full-fledged geishas, most of us were found a dana, a patron. If the dana was generous, you had only one, but if he was stingy and it was difficult for you to cover the expenses, then you could even have 2 or 3, but you didn't spend the night with anyone else. All these agreements were made in secret by the mother of the okiya and by the employees of the registry office. Consequently, the people of the inns and restaurants were informed that such and such geisha has a dana, so she doesn't spend the night out. When the dana arrived, he didn't stay alone immediately, but 2 or 3 other geishas were called and a party was given. On those occasions, one did not show oneself too intimate. One served him drinks following the ceremonial. Then you would go to another room, have a maid untie your obi and give her a tip. The geisha slept with the water of the kimono. But in that era, an apprentice from her house carried a change of clothes for the next day, and removed the formal kimono used the night before. Without a good reason, one did not sleep with anyone beyond one's own dana. Otherwise, however, a geisha who knew what she was doing would have chosen a man that her own dana would never have discovered. Not a local person, but, for example, a traveler. To succeed in this type of thing, it was necessary to always maintain good relations with the owners of the inns and with their maids. If appointments with 2 danas overlap, everything could become very complicated. When a client asked for you, even if your name in the registry office said busy, you were put on hold, called nakamarai. If the client insisted that he wanted you and no one else, he was given priority, deta zihimorai. If 2 danas wanted you at the same time but in 2 different restaurants, it could happen, very rarely, that you first slept with the on hold and then returned to the first one. In moments like those, you had to say something like, "There were so many people at the other banquet, I'm exhausted," and you would wipe the sweat from your forehead. I learned all this once I became a full-fledged geisha. If you should sleep with someone while there was another client on hold, it was appropriate to use all your charm so that he entered the appropriate spirit quickly, which required a good dose of skill and tactics. A banquet was organized like this. There was the first phase in which some geishas played the shamisen and the drums while the apprentices danced. Then came the moment in which the older sisters were exhibited in the dances. After about 2 hours, the party concluded and the clients who had to go home left. Then the second phase of the banquet began. After having bathed, they divided into separate rooms to sleep. On these occasions, the geisha slept with her own dana, while those who had the reputation of going to sleep without looking retired with the clients who had been left alone. The older sister Senari became from the beginning and on her own initiative, by the way, one of those who spent the night with anyone. The other geishas didn't like her very much, and they ignored her, perhaps for this reason. Senari stubbornly did not allow anyone to approach her. She spent the days without opening her mouth. She limited herself to extracting from the sash on her hips a silver 50-sen coin, a sort of lucky charm, put it on the palm of her hand and stared at it intently. We had the custom of bathing after the morning cleaning tasks had been completed. One day, while we were all there washing ourselves, Takichio said to Senari with a certain sarcastic vein in her voice, "You shouldn't exaggerate so much, you know. It's not healthy." "I thank you very much, really. But what problem does how I manage my body create for you?" Then Tamari intervened. "You stain the name of the Takanoya. That's the problem it creates." Senari, who was washing her hair, overturned the basin over Tamari's head and shouted, "What the hell are you saying?" "But we all do the same thing. In any case, it's not your real husband, is it? So what difference is there between having one man or having 10? She blurted out these words angrily, while leaving without even drying herself. Tamari began to shout and tried to chase her. "I'll tell Mother." "Stop for a moment," said Karuta, holding her back. "Even if you tell Mother, she will surely not take your side, you know that well. This is a matter between colleagues, there is no need to refer anything." "Karuta," began Takiyo, "you are really stupid to take the side of little Sen. Is there perhaps some reason why you do it?" "Older sister Takichio, for how many years have you been earning a living here in the Flower and Willow district? You are the one who is wrong. Nobody likes to have their weak points pointed out. It's natural that she got angry. From here, they forgot that the origin of everything had been Senari and began to fight fervently, both determined not to give in. I was standing there in the lurch, not knowing what to do, when Mother arrived. If you like to argue so much, continue calmly throughout the day, I'm not interested." And she locked them inside the bathroom, bolting the door. I adored Karuta so much that I flew to where Senari was and begged her, "Because of you, Karuta has now been locked in the bathroom. Please do something." She was still there, sadly staring at the 50-sen coin, but she went to remove the bolt and quickly returned to her room. Mother would surely punish her, I thought. In fact, it wasn't long before she called her. But the harder Mother became, the more indifferent Senari was. "If you don't like me, Mother, sell me calmly. You know how much I care. One house is worth the same as another," she shouted at her. The tempered nerves of that girl had left me speechless. When Mother dismissed her, however, and she took refuge in her room, it seemed that she was sleeping with the blanket over her head, but I knew that she was crying a lot. Tamari grumbled, "What a beast, who does she think she is, that one?" I, on the other hand, didn't think so. Before, Senari had always been hateful to me, but after that day I promised myself that I would do everything possible to get along with her. Chapter 18. How to be beautiful and provocative. Soon it would be my turn to become a full-fledged geisha, and I was determined not to waste any time. Surely, I couldn't keep playing the innocent forever. I had to practice, so that the clients would perceive my femininity. The first thing is to fix your gaze on the interested client and wait to meet his eyes. The moment eye contact is made, you have to blink a couple of times, lower your eyes, and then look at him again. If your eyes meet again this time, you have done an excellent job. You might think that the next step is to blush in a flirtatious and provocative way, but it is not. You have to make it seem like your cheeks are turning red spontaneously, then pretend to try to hide that blush with your hand and run out into the hallway. When I had some free time, I practiced these things in front of the mirror. My older sister Takiyo would make fun of me. How disgusting. The little girl here thinks she has become a woman and does nothing but look at herself in the mirror, and she would laugh. That's not true. I'm just practicing for when I become a real geisha, I protested with a serious expression. You're right, little Suru, Tamari would say. Once you debut, everything changes. Even the way you greet people. Let me show you how it's done. See? Like this. And she would show me all the gestures that had to be made. I think she had learned it by watching the others, but when she spoke with some client at the banquets, she almost made me cry. And I'm a woman. That's how well she did it. I tried hard to imitate her, but I didn't do very well. Once I reached the could-be-good stage, when I found a client who seemed right for me, I experimented with him. They were great successes. If I ran into one of the men who had reacted positively to my experiments in the hallway, and he put his arm around my shoulders, I would protest loudly. No, leave me alone, don't scare me. But at the same time I would give him the feeling that perhaps his attentions didn't displease me so much. I think my true nature began to reveal itself during that period. Whether it was late or not, I don't know, but it certainly wasn't naive. I was convinced that mastering these arts was essential for my survival, and the idea that they were reprehensible never even crossed my mind. All this happened when I was barely 15 years old. Little by little, I was beginning to sense who might become my Dana. Chapter 19. A Caged Bird. The Mizuich. After the New Year festivities of my 16th year, I made my official debut as a full-fledged geisha. That day, for about 20 or 30 minutes, I was in the company of some clients who had shown interest in me, or who were often entertained by my older sisters. Afterwards, I went to the banquet organized by the man who would become my Dana. The client was nicknamed Lombari. He was cross-eyed, balding. His face was red and greasy when he was there drinking in his padded kimono, sweating and smiling, satisfied with life. He was identical to an octopus. And the most embarrassing thing was that you never knew where he was looking. However, I was not scared, nor did I feel like a poor, helpless girl, but I was striving to devise ways to make him fall in love with me, and keep him well in my grasp for a long time. I had previously heard many stories about Lombari. He was a small businessman, as well as the head of a Yakuza gang, and he had a predilection for virgins. He had been the first of many geishas, they said, but he had limited himself solely and exclusively to their first time. He's a poor devil, that one there, Karuta had told me. Since my apprenticeship, Lombari had lavished excessive attention on me. Chapter 20. The temperament of a geisha. As I have written before, the world of flowers and willows, the Karyokai 3 of yesteryear, had certain rules developed over time. As geishas, we had a certain pride. Older sister Karuta was a top-notch geisha. She had high standards, and she gave herself solely and exclusively to her Dana. This was not due to some kind of feminine virtue. No, of course not. It was a sad kind of dignity. He wasn't worth even a broken straw sandal, obviously, but I suffered the useless influence, perhaps precisely because of Karuta. A geisha with this sense of dignity did not approach clients provocatively, but acquired other, much more elegant techniques to transmit her aura of seduction. The clients were refined people, and if their behavior became indecent, they could be put in their place with phrases like, "When you make these kinds of jokes, I end up wondering what kind of man you really are." What was considered most disloyal in our environment was sleeping with a client when you knew very well that he was another geisha's Dana. If he tried to convince you, you should refuse gently, saying, "You must be making fun of me. A person of your level will surely understand that I am not allowed to do such a wrong thing. Don't make fun of people like us, who are not allowed to say no." But among them there was always someone who was not willing to give in. When that man's geisha found out, she would team up with 2 or 3 others and make you pay dearly. There was a time when they said all sorts of things to me because I didn't know that one of my clients was the Dana of a geisha named Kingo. In the middle of a banquet with many other clients, they all began to make sarcastic remarks. This one says she's happy to do it for just 2 points. Anyone interested, please make yourselves comfortable in the other room. Normally, when you spent the night with your Dana, he only paid for your time, but when you were with someone else, you received double the points. If you slept with a client without staying the whole night, you were assigned 10 points. 2 points was truly a very serious insult. She says she's happy to do it with someone else's patron too. Don't you think the term prostitute suits her better than geisha? In this universe, how I wish that people who do not know dignity would stop acting as if they knew how this profession develops. Older Sister Tsuru is truly top-notch in that kind of art. Older Sister Tsuru, would you play the shamisen for me? I beg you. I would like to have permission to dance, Kingo said to me, kneeling in front of me with both hands on the floor. Being called older sister by a geisha with more years of experience than you hurts like a thorn stuck in your body. And also, the shamisen is always played by the older of the two, while the younger one dances. This is the usual scheme. I burst into tears and rushed to the counter of the establishment. I clung to the knees of the restaurant owner and told her everything, mother. They said I do it for only 2 points. I couldn't stand being in there any longer. There's nothing to be done with those. At their age, picking on a young girl like you. For today, that's enough. Go home. And she let me return to the okiya. Arriving home, as soon as I saw the familiar faces of the sisters, I tearfully recounted what had happened. In general, people have a tendency to protect the weakest, but they, who were people I could count on, even took my side, even without knowing the circumstances of the events well. Even Takichio, with whom I didn't have much intimacy, began to plan a revenge together with Karuta. Finally, the day of revenge arrived. The day when we were determined to make her pay dearly, even 2 or 3 times more. We called Kingo to a banquet, and when the first phase of the party was about to come to an end, we began to speak one after another. Gentlemen, today we have a special favor to ask of you. It has been 3 years since older Sister Kingo made her debut as a full-fledged geisha, and now her only Chapter 21. The abortion. During my 17th year, Michiko changed her name to Tsukiko and debuted as a geisha. It was the period when the war against America began. On the day of Tsukiko's debut, I was out of town, traveling. Lanpari, who was famous for being very possessive for some strange reason, had decided that he would openly become my Dana, and when he had to be away to go somewhere, it happened that he took me with him, paying me for the whole day 24 hours a day. It was precisely during these trips that I felt all the misery that the commodification of one's own body entails. It was evident that, given the age difference, we couldn't even be father and daughter. I was so young that I could have been his granddaughter, and yet, he spoke to me with a certain casualness, as if he were my real husband. I tried by all means not to speak to him in front of other people and made myself as small as possible. 3 days after Tsukiko's debut, I returned home. She had lost a lot of weight. It seemed as if she had aged 3 years at once, Sister Tsuru. When we debut, it almost feels like when you get married, doesn't it? But while the bride is given a home and family peace, we have nothing. We become just someone else's toy. Don't you think it's miserable? And even if I did think so, in any case, nothing can be done. Better not to dwell on it too much. At that time, I was tired of the way people who have studied have to debate about everything. After a while, after the cherry blossoms had bloomed, I found out I was pregnant. I thought I had messed up and went to ask Karuta for advice. There is nothing more pitiful than a pregnant geisha. You can't dance with a belly. Go to the Inari shrine near the station for 21 days, and make a vow that if it makes you abort, you will donate a lantern to it. Then try jumping from the veranda every day when you have the opportunity. From the next day, I put her suggestions into practice. I don't know if it was a miracle or what, but on the 20th day, as I was preparing to go to pray, I suddenly felt a very strong pain in my lower abdomen. This is it, I thought. I stood still, enduring the pain. What should have been my child came out in a clot of blood. Everyone in the house knew about it, but no one cared in the slightest. Karuta cleaned up and offered to call the doctor, but I didn't want the word to spread outside the Okiya, and so I just rested for 2 days, and then went back to the banquets. I bled for the next 15 days. While I was in bed, my older sister Sanari came to see me and began to talk to me like this. You had an abortion, right? I knew it. I detest all the people in this house, in fact, all the people in the world. You, on the other hand, are the only one I neither like nor dislike. They say I'm someone who sleeps with everyone, and even though they do exactly the same things I do, they look down on me, but you don't, right? The only reason I was faithful to Lanpari was that Mother had told me that he was an important person, and that it was better not to have other clients. Once again, I was simply carrying out orders. Sanari told me about herself. I finished school at 14 and went to serve a fisherman in Kawasaki. I will never be able to forget him. Chapter 22. Forbidden to fall in love. Rumors began to circulate that Karuta was having a relationship with a young man. Mother was furious. Karuta is stupid. She should know how things work in this world. Falling in love with the first person who comes along only to become the laughingstock of the town. She should be ashamed. Does she think looking at her lover's face is enough to fill her stomach? Is she capable of going 3 or 4 days without eating anything? Well, we're going to make her fast from now on. She owes me everything. And now she's found herself a lover. She probably thinks she's become someone. Later, Karuta came home drunk as a skunk again, and Mother started hitting her, but no matter how bad Karuta was having it, she just said, "Do whatever you want. You know I don't care." And she didn't even think about apologizing. Once she made a decision, there was no way to change her mind. Seeing my sister treated like that was painful, like they were cutting my own flesh. Sister, apologize. Please, be the sister you used to be. If you need money, I'll ask my Dana for it. If you make Mother angry, she'll sell you to another house. It's all over. Mother has arranged things so that I can't see him again. She said I was spending money on him, when I've only paid the restaurant bill 3 times. Maybe I should escape. So many had tried to leave, but the police had always found them right away. Not a single one had managed to do it. Not even for 2 days. The failed attempt was only a source of humiliation. I don't even care if they catch me. I can't take it anymore. Just because there's someone I've fallen in love with, they treat me like a criminal. Enough is enough. Loving someone is proof that you're alive. In the end, even though her contract was going to end at the end of the year, she was sold to another Okiya. I knelt in front of Mother and begged her, "Mother, please. I'll earn money for Karuta too, but please, don't make her change houses." But she didn't listen to me. It's already Chapter 22. Forbidden to fall in love. Rumors began to circulate that Karuta was having a relationship with a young man. Mother was furious. Karuta is stupid. She should know how things work in this world. Falling in love with the first person who comes along only to become the laughingstock of the town. She should be ashamed. Does she think looking at her lover's face is enough to fill her stomach? Is she capable of going 3 or 4 days without eating anything? Well, we're going to make her fast from now on. She owes me everything, and now she's found herself a lover. She probably thinks she's become someone. Later, Karuta came home drunk as a skunk again, and Mother started hitting her, but no matter how bad Karuta was having it, she just said, "Do whatever you want. You know I don't care, and she didn't even think about apologizing. Once she made a decision, there was no way to change her mind. Seeing my sister treated like that was painful, like they were cutting my own flesh. Sister, apologize. Please, be the sister you used to be. If you need money, I'll ask my Dana for it. If you make Mother angry, she'll sell you to another house. It's all over. Mother has arranged things so that I can't see him again. She said I was spending money on him when I've only paid the restaurant bill 3 times. Maybe I should escape. So many had tried to leave, but the police had always found them right away. Not a single one had managed to do it, not even for 2 days. The failed attempt was only a source of humiliation. I don't even care if they catch me. I can't take it anymore. Just because there's someone I've fallen in love with. They treat me like a criminal. Enough is enough. Loving someone is proof that you're alive. In the end, even though her contract was going to end at the end of the year, she was sold to another Okia. I knelt in front of Mother and begged her, Mother, please. I'll earn money for Karuta too, but please don't make her change houses. But she didn't listen to me. It's already Chapter 23. The banquet. Business. I did everything I could to live resigned, but in the world of geishas, it's not enough to just say yes, yes to what you're told. You have to constantly strive. Making the person in front of you perceive your charm is something that requires continuous effort. And when you appear before a client for the first time, you must try to understand with a single glance what type of woman he likes. For example, if you think he prefers the sweet and naive girl, you must adapt as quickly as possible to that type of woman. Furthermore, even if I hadn't attended even elementary school, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere if I hadn't given the impression of understanding what the clients were talking about, whether it was literature, politics, or anything else. I wasn't even able to read the syllabary, the kana, let alone the more complex characters. I had to learn the difficult terms just by hearing the clients pronounce them. If the conversation took this turn, I would pretend to drink and have a great time, while in reality I concentrated all my energies on trying to remember the topic in question, which I would then bring up at another banquet. If the conversation progressed and became too complex, before topics I knew nothing about were touched upon, I'd say, "Come on, let's stop talking about such complicated things in a place like this." I'd gladly dance, so why don't you all sing together? Otherwise, I ran the risk of finding myself in truly embarrassing situations. You can't relax even for a moment, and like a tightly drawn bow, you must keep your mind always alert and prepared. Going from banquet to banquet. Geishas can do horrible things, attacking each other to discredit their rivals. To a person who doesn't know this environment well, and only sees the surface, we probably seem like creatures without a single worry in the world, but in reality, we are constantly wounded and cry tears of pain and suffering. After some time, a letter arrived at the Ichiriki restaurant for me from Karuta, who had meanwhile moved to Chiba. I had the owner of the place read it to me. She couldn't get used to that place, she wrote. There was one difficulty after another. But a man would buy her contract and rescue her, and she was determined to proceed in that direction. The owner of the Ichiriki was only 34 or 35 years old, but she had been through all sorts of things when she was a geisha, and always treated us with kindness. Suppose a group of 3 men, people like that are found everywhere, unfortunately, hires a geisha and says, "Today there's an exhibition," or "Let's play gynecologist," and marking the rhythm, begins to untie her obi, and that the 3 step forward and hold her, while one tries something terribly reprehensible, and that at that moment the geisha screams and asks for help. In a situation like this, the owner of the Ichiriki would come running to her aid. But, what's going on here? A geisha is a weak creature. You should have compassion and treat her with kindness. What nonsense are you talking about? You've come just when things were getting interesting. Go back to your accounting records. Leave, you say? I don't allow clients in here who make the geishas scream. Understood? Because it becomes a nuisance to the other clients. If you continue with these perverted games, we'll take the girl away from you. We've paid and bought her, so we don't accept orders from an old woman. It's no fun at all. What did you say? Do you think you can behave like this? Because you're the guests. How arrogant. Very well, the room and the sake are mine, the money is yours, but whether you sell or not, this is a decision that only I can make. Now I'm fed up with you, scoundrels, with your little games. Get out of here. We're leaving anyway. Even if you don't tell us to. We won't set foot here again. I'm very grateful. Forgive the impudence, and allow me to say that dirty people like you are not welcome here. Now disappear. We've heard about you. It's easier to get money from those who are delicate with women, right? What nonsense are you talking about? You bunch of idiots. If you feel so sorry for yourselves, why don't you respect a first-class girl and show the world what a splendid woman you have? But I suppose people like you already have trouble scraping together 50 sen. At the end of the commotion, the money they would have had to pay was lost. In those moments you felt so mortified, and at the same time full of gratitude, that all you could do was murmur, "Owner, because of me you had to come to this. Forgive me." The more you burn, the more the wind carries away of dead leaves. Don't worry, we're not starving. We can still afford 3 meals a day. And while saying it, she burst out laughing. This was the atmosphere there, and we, the geishas, brought our Dana, who perhaps called us once out of 3 in other restaurants. In this way, the Ichiriki also did good business. Chapter 24. The Tip Collection. When I turned 18, Lanpari expressed to Mother his desire to buy my contract. Mother very quickly responded like this. "But, Dana, this is too cruel. I've worked so hard, and now that I can finally present her in public. No, really, I can't part with her right now. And besides, you know, she's my little favorite." And so, in the end, it was decided that for the rest of the year she would continue sending me to banquets, but that I would become a tip collector. For the first time in my life, I had money to spend as I pleased. In any environment, everything depends on how you manage it. I used what I received to improve my status in the neighborhood, dividing it with the waitresses of the restaurants where I worked. When I wanted something, I took advantage of Lipari's competitive spirit and got it out of him. That older sister over there has received a wonderful ceremonial kimono or a wristwatch from her Dana. And even more, that geisha over there has such a stingy Dana that everyone says, for a geisha with a patron, to go around so poorly dressed. He must be a cheapskate, and they laugh at her. Everyone wonders if he doesn't realize it, but I feel sorry for her. These speeches should not sound like malicious gossip. You have to give the impression of speaking like that just for the sake of it, in a totally innocent way, without any ulterior motive. A very easy thing. Girls who have spent 2 or 3 years in the neighborhood manage to use 1,000 different techniques, one for each man. You must know how to laugh when you are sad and cry when you really feel like laughing. At that time I earned about 200 points a month. But the more confidence I gained in myself, the more I began to put on airs. If a client started to tease me a little, I would get up and say, "If you'll excuse me, I'll leave now. I don't need these couple of points." Some especially liked it when I behaved like that. They said that I had nerves of steel and courage to sell, that I was interesting. They began to request me expressly. Lambari explained to me the reason why he wanted to pay my contract and rescue me in these terms. "It's because you have guts. I can't stand people who don't have them. Imagine that you throw a rope from a very deep ravine to save those who have fallen inside. There are those who manage to grab it and pull it up, and those who, on the other hand, are too weak and cannot. Those who have attributes will get up and walk on their legs. I don't tolerate wasting my efforts. I wouldn't give any of those other half-measures even a bundle of hay. I don't know if I had attributes or not, but I was certainly a person with a certain malice. Speaking of malice, this anecdote comes to mind. My older sister Tamari and I had the same size tabby, and so when I washed a pair and put them back in their place, she always ended up using them, getting them dirty, and then leaving them around. I always washed them again without complaining, but when I started to be in high demand and do what I wanted, I started hiding them, down to the last pair. At the moment of leaving for a banquet, she would get all agitated. Little Suru, have you seen my tabby? What do you want me to know? I'm not your cleaning lady. Even though we were invited to the same place, I would get ready alone and leave earlier, pretending not to know anything. She would arrive late and say to me, resentfully, "You're not very nice. Mother has scolded me because of this." Oh, really? Then from now on you'll be more careful with your things, right? I would say to her, with an innocent air. I had wanted to take her down a peg for a long time, and now I thought, that serves you right. It was a very pleasant feeling. Chapter 25. Tsukuko's suicide. Tsukiko was always crying. No matter what happened, she would say, "It's my destiny." One day, however, she seemed to suddenly burst with joy. Maybe she's slowly getting used to this world, I thought. "Sister, I'm getting married," she told me, on cloud 9. "You're getting married?" "But a real wedding?" I asked her. "Yes, of course. Mr. Hai said he'll buy out my contract and marry me, so I've decided I won't listen to anyone but him. Let Mom get as angry as she wants and let the customers all leave. I'll be rescued as soon as possible within 2 or 3 months. The term marriage holds enormous charm in itself. I too, from time to time when going to and from banquets, if I saw a young married couple walking together, I would stare at them in amazement. Perhaps women in particular desire marriage so much that they end up betting everything on that word. Tsukiko liked to play with words, and that's probably why she was so attracted to it. Her father had already come twice to extend her contract. On those occasions she had said crying, "If he keeps doing this, when will I finally be free?" But if someone rescued her and married her, she would be. Tsukiko's older sister had been sold to the Shibata circus. Initially, the father had also brought Tsukiko, intending to sell her to the circus as well, but the sister had begged him through tears everything was fine, but not the circus. If the circus is so bad, then let it be a geisha house, the father decided. Tsukiko, however, used to say the circus would have been better. Once you finish your act, at least you don't have to do anything with your Dana. It seemed that for her, the most terrible thing was sleeping with her own Dana. The mornings when she returned home after being out, she would rush to the bathroom and scrub her body so many times that she seemed to want to clean even the inside of her veins. "Don't be silly, Tsukiko," I would laugh. "No matter how much you scrub, you can't wash your body inside." But Tsukiko would cry, saying, "Oh, if I could, I would take out my organs. I want to give them a good cleaning so badly. I can't stand it." Chapter 26. Revenge. Mr. He, the man who had killed Tsukiko, was the son of the owner of a small factory in Suwa. It used to be a modest spinning mill, but they had converted it into a factory for military supplies, and it seemed that business was going quite well. He suffered from consumption or something like it, and his face was very pale. He spent money here and there, putting on airs as a great connoisseur of women. The war had transformed a poor devil into one full of money. On the 5th day after Tsukiko's death, I ran into him in the hallway of a tea house. I gave him a flirtatious look and said, "Oh, Mr. Hai, it's been ages since I've seen you. There's something I'd like to talk to you about." "Miss Suru? You want to talk to me specifically? There must be some mistake." No, I would like you to do me the honor of listening to me, please. Just this once, and I hurried away. What an idiot. Did he really think I wanted to get close to him like that? Without an ulterior motive. Even afterwards, when I saw him, I acted affectionate. When I was invited to one of his banquets, I served him drinks and stayed in his company a little. I played all my cards and tried the techniques I knew for a couple of hours. Then, at the last moment, I left. They say that in fishing there is an exact moment to make the fish bite the hook. That moment is also important for fishing men. Continuing with this comparison, it can be said that I was the fish and he the fisherman. The fish was trying to let itself be caught. Come on, I'm yours, catch me. I made him think. For 5 or 6 times the fish had escaped and left with the bait, but the baits had cost the fisherman a lot, who became more and more determined and wanted to achieve the capture in the next attempt. With this tactic, I gradually made him more and more interested in me. It seemed that this man did not like the type of elegant and somewhat distant geisha. Once, as I had heard about Hugo and Rodin, I recycled the conversation about them and he was ecstatic. "How intellectual you are," he said to me, all happy. The more serious he got with me, the more I felt my hands tightening around him. Then once, towards the end of my 18 years, I received a request in broad daylight. I was told that it was from he and that I should put on a casual kimono. This is the moment I've been waiting for, I thought. Finally, I will be able to do what I have wanted to do for a long, long time. I dressed in the most modest and chaste way possible without revealing anything of the geisha that I was. For about half an hour I conversed with him in the kindest way, occasionally bowing my head and keeping my hands together. Somehow I perceived that the moment had arrived. "I've been thinking about asking you for a while, but do you want to marry me?" That's how Hai brought up the subject, ceremoniously. Here you are, you've asked me. Finally. All the hours spent entertaining me, enduring that feeling of ice inside me, all to get you to this, I thought, while in my heart I smiled. Do I seem so desperate as to need you to do me the charity of asking me to marry you? If he says this to me, I'll answer like this. If he says that to me, I'll answer in this other way. I had racked my brains with the little judgment I had left. Those words were the fruit of a tiring training. Hey, stop making fun of me. I'm serious. You know that. Don't you like me? It's not a question of liking or not. This is my job. I am the merchandise and you the buyer. And I'm sorry if I can't explain it to you in words more in keeping with your status as a gentleman. What are you saying? I love you, little Tusuru. Oh, you're using the wrong bait. I'm not a decent lady, you know. If you want to catch a geisha, you know, you don't need to say I love you. Stop talking nonsense. Having said this, I made a move to get up, but he took me by the arm and tried to make me sit down again, perhaps to express his feelings in a more persuasive way. Are you intending to force me to marry you, perhaps? Should I spread the word that the great Mr. Hai has stooped to this? My reputation would certainly benefit. Just so you know, I haven't approached you because I liked you. If you thought that was the case, it's thanks to my long years of experience as a geisha. But it's a shame, as geisha and client we've had fun, haven't we? But I haven't fallen so low as to need you to ask me to marry you. Don't you understand when a man is sincere? He asked me with a beaten dog face. Sincere, did you say? Do you think you can kill anyone with that word? I still don't have the courage to commit suicide. So we're talking about Tsukiko? I can't stand sad women. I've always looked for a woman who sings me cheerful songs like a little bird. If you want to be loved, you must make an effort. Women who don't make an effort, who don't progress, are like birds without a voice. If the food is lousy, no matter how much you want to sing, you can't, you know, marriage, love, sincere feeling. Is that all you know how to say? If you think that upon hearing these words every geisha will cry with gratitude and fall at your feet, you are completely wrong. This is very childish. I know more interesting terms. And so, casting a glacial look at that man, already completely petrified by the shock, I marched victoriously home. Chapter 27. The Awakening of Love Number 2 and Number 3. Towards the end of the 18th year of the Showa era, 1943, there was still discussion about the clothes we would need for the new year. When I talked about it with Lanpari, he replied that it would be a waste since he would soon be leaving the profession. The year that Mother had agreed with him was coming to an end, and he would soon buy my contract. For a geisha, seeing her contract paid off and becoming a kept woman is a great step forward in society. Living with a cat in your lap and a fan in your hand, as they say, was the ardent hope of each of us. However, for some reason, I found it very depressing. I had no power to do anything, whoever the buyer was. In any case, I had a rope tied around my neck. Only the person holding the other end would change. Nor did I have any way of knowing how much money Lanpari had invested in the Takanoya mother. He bought me a small 2-story house on the shore of the lake where, after the New Year celebrations, I moved immediately. I was number 3, Lipari's second mistress, and he told me that he would introduce me to number 2. Full of curiosity, I prepared for the meeting. Mistress number 2 runs a restaurant in the southern district of Suwa. The first impression I had of her was of a nanohana, a rapeseed flower. She had a certain freshness about her, and she was very pretty. "I've heard about you. I was really looking forward to meeting you." And she smiled calmly, without a trace of jealousy on her face. I had heard that she was very beautiful, but I would never have expected such elegance. If she had said something unfriendly, I would have replied, "You're the one who was already here. I came later. He's tired of you and has come to me. It's your fault." But this speech that I had prepared was useless, and I felt vaguely foolish. When Lanpari had left, she said to me, "I have to thank you. Thanks to you, I am now much freer from his presence than I was in the past." There was no trace of hostility in her voice. On the contrary, she had spoken completely sincerely, and so I too, without thinking, revealed my true feelings. "Ah, sister, so you don't like him either?" Hearing this, she threw her head back and burst out laughing. The tension of the first meeting vanished, and we were soon in perfect harmony with each other. I explained the meaning of the nickname I had given him. Lambari. She squeezed my arm and burst into a loud laugh, perhaps because we shared the same sad condition of kept women in the shadows. Without even saying it openly, we felt free to tell each other things without the feeling of jeopardizing our respective positions. Afterwards, I went to visit her often on my own. Number 2 was very talkative, and I always ended up staying longer than I had planned. Once I blurted out, "Maybe I should live here with you, sister." But she replied, "You mustn't talk like that. That man is a monstrous creature. If you don't make an effort now and get him to give you something substantial, when you're in my position you'll be in serious trouble. The house and land here are in my name, so I get by without too many problems. But if you find yourself with nothing in your hand, and he changes his mind about you, you're completely ruined. Men are stingy. If you make them spend money now, he won't want that money to be lost, and he'll spend even more, and you'll never have to worry about him abandoning you. You are the jewel of his collection. His pride," she continued. "I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. When I think of young and beautiful girls like you, I feel almost like a silly old woman." Even then, I knew something about the art of manipulating men. But she was 34 or 35 years old, and I was only 19. I must have seemed very young. "Sister, I know how to be a sly old fox too, huh?" "Ah, yes, you are a fox, you." We laughed at things like that. and then each went her own way. She, however, taught me some tactics to get something more out of the monster, who, when he discovered that I was visiting his number two so often, was furious. You two putting your heads together. Who knows if you're not plotting something, huh? Naoko is a cunning woman. She wouldn't have anything good to say to you. In any case, you won't go anymore. Older sister Naoko is gorgeous and intelligent. You were the one who rescued her contract. And there's nothing wrong with her. In fact, she's irreproachable, I replied, launching into exaggerated praise while smiling wryly. Serves you right. You can't contradict this, can you? I thought, while inside I did a little victory dance. Chapter 28. The Tricks of Infatuation. In the house that Lopari had bought for me, I spent my days with nothing happening, but being locked up there every day made me feel lonely, and sometimes I thought I would like to go back to my life as a geisha. However, the war situation was becoming desperate, and there was a rumor that if you weren't engaged in a useful activity, they would come and requisition you and take you anywhere they wanted. Well, if that's how things were, I told Lanpari I wanted to find a job too. Lanpari knew someone important at Nippon Electricity, and he spoke to him right away. I started working in May. My task was in the department where they manufactured grids, that is, components for radios, but more than a job, it was a game. The necessary materials were never available, so we couldn't do anything. The people employed in the production department made lunchboxes, and those in the glass department made glasses and mats, which they always rigorously took home. If this continues, how can we even think about winning the war, I wondered. After a while, I realized that the women were ganging up to avoid me. That girl. They say she used to be a geisha. They say she's someone's kept woman, that one over there. Anyway, she has him eating out of her hand. She's made him completely stupid. Malicious rumors of this kind began to reach me. For my part, I fell back into sadness. Would I always be labeled as geisha and kept woman wherever I went? I thought about quitting. But then I remembered the comment that Lanpari had made the day it had been decided that I would start working there. You're only capable of sleeping until 10 in the morning and sitting in front of the mirror fixing your hair and scratching your butt. If you last more than a month in the factory, I'll give you the medal for valor in combat. He underestimates me, so no matter how hard the situation was, I couldn't give up. Then, one day, I made a great discovery. A son of sake merchants worked there. He was a second lieutenant, but he had been wounded in the war and had been temporarily discharged from the army. It wasn't right to stand idly by while others fought, he thought. And that's why he worked in that factory. His name was Motoyama. He would soon return to the front. I heard someone say, and many girls would have their hearts broken. The women detested me. The men, on the other hand, looked at me with a certain curiosity in their eyes. Very well then, I decided that I would make Motoyama an object of my property, to defeat them all. The first thing I had to do was make him aware of my existence. And from that day on, I stopped smoking in front of everyone and started behaving like a good young lady. At lunchtime, I sat alone in a place where he could see me. I did everything possible to attract his attention, without the others understanding that it was a plan. Although I didn't have a sweet and graceful figure, at 19 I still had full confidence in my ability to attract a man's interest. If he happened to look in my direction, I didn't miss the opportunity and responded with a pleading look on the way back from the factory. I always made sure to be a little ahead of him, and I walked listlessly with my head down. I must have looked like a poor creature, because from time to time there was someone who addressed words of comfort to me, but I did not respond, except with a glacial look. The plan would be ruined if he had seen me talking to other men. A small effort for the achievement of a great result, I repeated to myself, and I continued without flinching. Perhaps it is not a universal rule, but I was deeply convinced that the male heart was somehow prone to feelings such as pity and compassion. About 2 months later, I heard that the weather forecast predicted rain for the afternoon, and I went out without an umbrella. It was my chance. At the time of returning home, it was pouring. I waited for the right moment, and then I started walking in front of him. When I got to the door, he ran up to me, put a Western-style umbrella in my hand, and ran away. I stood there, a little confused. I just wanted to give him a little pity. That night, I went to the Taikanoya and asked Father to write me a letter. Something that is sentimental, passionate. I ask you for a letter that cannot fail to move. Mother laughed in my face. You're still plotting one of your own, aren't you? Actually, there was a very precise reason for that still. Shortly after Lopari had paid my contract while I was still in the Taikanoya, I had run into a young client who had often requested me, "Would you like a drink?" He invited me to drink. Sure, that way I earn my dinner, I said to myself. And I followed him without thinking much. When we said goodbye, he said, "Come on, let's see each other again." And since I didn't dislike him at all, we drank together 2 or 3 more times. Before going out with him, I always asked those at the Taikanoya to tell Lopari if he called that I was at home, and to let me know right away. But despite all my precautions, I was discovered. We had arranged to meet, and I was about to leave, when Lopari arrived. "Where do you think you're going at this hour?" he asked me. "Nowhere," I replied. But he treated me like I was his puppy, to pet him against the grain. I know very well where. Chapter 29. You reap what you sow. The letter was very effective. The day after he received it, he wrote to me too, full of feeling. I smiled with satisfaction, saying to myself, I've got him hooked. Having reached this point, the rest would be a piece of cake. After that, we exchanged another 2 or 3 letters, and in the last one he wrote me this: that I have been able to find a person with such a gentle heart as you is undoubtedly the work of some divinity. Just once, if only once, I would like to talk to you. That a petty man like me harbors such a brazen hope will provoke the wrath of some divinity. But to be able to speak even once alone with you is something I would do even at the cost of my own future life without remorse. I will gladly accept any punishment from heaven. I'll wait for you tonight at 8 on the shore of the lake. I'll be there until dawn. My wish had come true. I went to the lake. He spoke to me with passion. You are a person who has suffered a lot, right? I will do anything to transform your sad smile into a happy little face. And he also added, it is not good to lose one's dignity. You have to walk with your head held high in any circumstance with your feet firmly planted on the ground. I, with the arrogance that characterized me, thought, but what are you saying? Even if you come up with these far-fetched arguments, you men are all the same. You are just a little man, and I am using you to achieve my goals. You think I'm just any woman, but I'm the lover of a monster. I am a demon. I was so desperate that I came to these reasonings. To him, however, I replied in the saddest tone I could muster. Perhaps because I have always been treated badly since I was little, I don't have the courage to react. I'm not even capable. Until our next meeting, I didn't show up at work. I thought it would be more effective to make him wonder what had happened to me. The day we met again, I told him that I had to show him something no matter what, and I took him, even though he didn't understand what was happening, to an inn. What I know how to do is all this, I told him. With the sound of the shamisen and my dances, I made him lose track of time, and with the control of himself. He was stunned, and I threw myself into his arms. He looked confused. He said to me, you don't have to do it. But I led him to the alcove of the room I had prepared. I've fallen in love with you, I whispered, and I glanced at him to see his expression. He made love to me with great passion. Coming to his senses again, he suddenly sat on the futon and apologized through tears. I, who was not expecting such a reaction, was completely disconcerted. If I didn't have to return to military service, I would marry you right now. But I have given my existence to the nation. I could die even tomorrow. I cannot assume this responsibility. He spoke to me like this, with his heart in his hand. I don't want anything. Love and responsibility have no relation. I like you, and that's enough. But how can I make you happy? I'm so sorry. Forgive me. During all the time I spend here, let's see each other every night. If it only served to make you forgive me, I would like to have 2 lives. It seemed to me that I had reached directly into his heart. After that day, he was also close to me in the factory, and when returning, he walked by my side, regardless of the judgment of others. Before then, my love experiences had always been with men who burned with passion when no one was watching. In front of others, however, they acted as if they had not seen me and did not even deign to greet me. For the first time in my life, I tasted the happiness of being loved as a woman and not as a geisha. Now that I think about it, I had approached him with the sole intention of teaching a lesson to those in the factory who thought they were so superior to me. I hadn't even imagined that I could experience this new and happy reality. In my heart, until that moment always alone, a faint little light of love was lit, and I began to believe that I should do everything possible to keep it from ever going out. Chapter 30. True love. At the factory, it was enough for our eyes to meet for me to feel my whole body enveloped in love. It was a beautiful sensation. We had agreed to meet every night from 7 to 8, on the shore of the lake. While I watched the reflections of the city lights on the surface of the water, he told me stories about the stars in the sky, or about the little prince and the little princess. He also told me about the virtue that exists among men. He explained the meaning of the expression, bad luck can reveal itself as unexpected fortune, and that if men manage to trust in their destiny, they can live without suffering anguish or pain. Before I met you, I wanted to live like that. But when I think about your future happiness, I feel a pang in my heart. If I asked my parents for permission to marry you now, I'm sure they would give it to me. But once I return to the front, this will only make you suffer more, since you have so little experience of the world. I would only make you even more unhappy. But if that's what you want, then it's okay with me. How absurd. He didn't know it, but there was a rope around my neck and Lampari was tightening the other end. If only I were free, how much I would have wanted to be called his wife. Even if only for 3 days. From my birth until that moment, the only 2 things I had learned were the arts of geisha and how to sleep with men. I didn't know how to do anything other than make myself desirable in the eyes of a client. So even if it was him, at least once every 3 times I would ask him, "Do you want us to rent a room in some inn?" I believed that the man-woman relationship could only develop in that one way. "You shouldn't say those things," he would reproach me. He treated me with such respect that it was almost torture for me. Lampari came once every 3 days. Even when I was with him between 7 and 8, my thoughts went there. To the shore of the lake, I became nervous and gloomy. When the 8 o'clock bell rang, I tried to forget him, but I was left with a feeling of heartbreak, of loneliness. Once I asked Lampari, "Do you love me?" Who is the idiot who would spend so much money to make his one who doesn't even seem pretty to him? What is love, according to you? It's when you're not satisfied until something becomes completely yours. But isn't it when you hope the other person is happy? That's why I freed you, right? He replied, all smug. It was useless. There was no way he would understand me. One more word said out of distraction, and it would be like waking the sleeping dog. If Lampari found out about him, it would be the end of everything. He had taught me that loving has nothing to do with physical contact of the flesh. It is the search for 2 hearts, it is trusting each other, it is wanting the happiness of the other and discarding one's own selfishness. Just as I didn't want Lanpari to find out everything about Motoyama, I would have been disgusted if Motoyama found out about my relationship with that toad man. I made him believe that I couldn't stay out late because I lived in someone else's house. When I was with him, I was always there with the terror that someone I knew might see us. I was tense as a violin string. The pressure was so strong that sometimes I even ground my teeth. At one point, I couldn't take it anymore and ended up crying. Who knows how he interpreted those tears? He would say to me, "Don't cry, let's try to think about how we can do in the future." I had no great dreams or hopes for tomorrow. All I wanted was to spend as much time as possible with him. Too bad our secret dates didn't last even a month. When the autumn wind began to blow, our encounters were stopped. I had angered the monster. Chapter 31. Suicide Attempt. It would have been very strange if he hadn't found out, since I always went out between 7 and 8 in the evening. Lanpari had had some suspicions and was starting to ask invasive questions, but one way or another I always managed to put him in a good mood with some evasive answer. One night, however, he wouldn't let go of me. "You've been seeing a guy lately, a young guy, haven't you?" "Well, I'm not going to let you be a slut." I couldn't take it anymore and capitulated. "We intend to get married." "Do it. I don't care. But first, I'll tell that guy a few things. Everyone around here knows my face. If I say around here that I've left you so you can get married, fine. But if word gets out that someone has slept with my wife and stolen her from my bed, I'll become the laughingstock of the town. I'll kill him. What does he think? That he can piss on me and get away with it?" He was a toad with his bald head all greasy and sweat pouring down him. Before hearing those words, I would have preferred to die. And as I said it to myself and tried to escape, the monster grabbed me, lifted me above his head and threw me onto the tatami. As I cried, I thought that more than anything, I didn't want him to see it. The toad. I would be capable of stabbing that disgusting creature to death sooner. In any case, he would have to leave. Maybe he would never wake up from this beautiful dream. I didn't want him to discover that I was another man's lover. If he had understood that all the innocent things said with that clean face were lies, how sad he would have been. How much he would have hated me. I was trembling with terror. I apologized, with both hands on the floor. "I've behaved badly. From now on, I won't do anything that could hurt you. Forgive me." The toad asked me if I had finally woken up from my romantic dreams. He had already calmed down. "Yes, I'll never see him again," I promised him, and gritting my teeth, I tried to put him in a good mood again. Once he got what he wanted. Lanpari was one of those men who fall asleep with their mouths wide open. His dentures shone, vibrating with every breath. No matter how much I forced myself not to look at them, they jumped out at me. I couldn't sleep. It was disgusting. Disgusting. That was the night I felt the most repulsion for him. I stayed there without sleeping a wink until dawn, trembling. The next day I didn't go to the factory. I stayed locked up at home all the time, gripped by anguish. But when the city lights began to shine, I couldn't stop my desire to see him any longer. I tried to sit in front of the mirror. Then I picked up the shamisen. It was 6 o'clock. Then 7 o'clock. Surely he was there on the shore of the lake, waiting for me. I couldn't bear the thought of not showing up again like that, without giving him an explanation. Maybe I could meet him one last time. Tell him a lie about why we couldn't see each other anymore. But I knew my toad too well. He could beat his chest with joy if he thought everything was going the way he wanted. But one false step on my part, and he would attack me. But what did it matter? If he even got angry, I told myself, it would be the opportunity to stab him, and then die myself too. In the end, I ran out. But he was a monster. Who knew what tricks he was capable of? I gave a yen to the lady who washed the futons at Takenoya, and asked her to bring Motoyama to my side. Meanwhile, I managed to book a room. "My mother is sick. I have to leave. Having said this, I buried my face in his chest and began to cry like a little girl. What an unfortunate creature you are. If it's okay with you, I'd like to accompany you. It was very kind of him. But I shook my head and rejected his proposal. If only I had a house in the countryside, we could go alone and spend even just one day in peace. I was consumed like this, cherishing these impossible dreams. When I come back here, I'll go to the factory, I told him as we said goodbye, but in my heart I made the firm decision never to see him again. We had made love only twice, no more. Me, who had known more men than can be counted on 2 hands. I was dirty. If only I had a pure and free body, no matter how much suffering it would have cost me, I would have waited. At 11 I closed the house and went out. A sliver of moon peeked out in the cold night. Lake Suwa was overflowing with water as usual, and the city lights shone beautifully. Everything reminded me of him. With his image in my eyes, I threw myself in. Death by drowning is painful. The water hits the ears, enters the nose, and reaches the brain. For a while I thrashed, then I lost consciousness. Too bad that, a short time later, to my great surprise, I woke up in a hospital room. A man who had gone out fishing at night had saved me. I couldn't utter a single word of gratitude. Didn't he understand that I wanted to finally be at peace? Inside, I rebuked him harshly. Thinking about dying is easy, but deciding to put the intention into practice requires more courage than people imagine. I had finally made peace with my soul, and here was that fisherman. Upon leaving the hospital, only Lipari's contempt and the icy attitude of everyone else awaited me. Chapter 32. Wanderings Homeless. If I disgust you so much, leave, Lanpari said to me. Did that mean I would be free? I didn't think twice. I was thrown out without a penny. First, I went to the Tekanoya. Mother, however, immediately threw me out the door. Ruin our reputation. I can't let you come back here. All the inns and restaurants had been closed by order of the government. I had nowhere to go, not the slightest idea what to do. Then I realized that I knew nothing but the Flower and Willow district, and that I didn't know how to do anything other than be a geisha. Anyway, I thought about going to see the owner of the Ichiriki tea house. She had always treated me kindly. I have been ordered not to do anything to help you. I'm very sorry, but that's the way things are. Then she gave me 5 yen and warned me that if I told anyone, she would get into serious trouble. I took the money and spent the night in an inn, but I was so worried that I couldn't sleep a wink. I knew that there in Suwa, where Lanpari was breathing down everyone's neck, there would no longer be a place I could call home. There was no doubt that he had threatened everyone. He was doing it to make my life impossible, so that I would feel gratitude towards him. If I had returned to him with my head bowed, I would have found myself tied with a rope 10 times thicker than before, and I would have had to become his slave for life. It would have been unbearable. But I no longer had the courage to throw myself into the lake. I was in a desperate situation. Then I remembered my mother. When my uncle had taken me from the landowner's estate, when I was a child, we had walked heavily to my mother's house. And then, her icy gaze. But she was still my real mother. Surely she would do something for me. I decided to go visit her. The next morning I took the train to Shiojiri and, guided only by my memory, I managed to find the house. But the mother I expected to find was not there. From what I heard, 6 years before her husband had died, she had entrusted her 4 children here and there, and had left with another man. I was told that one of my little brothers was at the painter's house, and running, I went there immediately. A sunburnt child dressed in rags turned out to be my brother. He was looking at me with wide eyes. Do you recognize me? No. Do you know where Mom went? No. With tears in his eyes, he answered me with monosyllables. I asked him where my uncle's house was, and I set off again, with my hands holding my empty belly. The inn the night before had cost 4 yen, the train ticket 25 sen. I had barely 75 sen left. Also, it was getting dark, and I couldn't find the house I was looking for. I had never felt so abandoned in my life. Dear Motoyama, if you were here, you would surely help me. And there I was again thinking about him. Chapter 33. A Little Brother's Love. I finally found it. My uncle's house. But what a pitiful sight. It looked like the walls were about to collapse. And you could see inside the shack from the outside. "Excuse me?" I asked, and my aunt poked her face out from a hole in the wall. I finally managed to get inside and talk to her. She told me that the house had been destroyed by a typhoon 2 years earlier, and that my uncle had been crushed under a beam and had died. Her face was gaunt with exhaustion. If people can fill their stomachs, they can call themselves happy, right? And she started grilling a kind of rice cake over an ashy ember, without the slightest shame or fear of what she might think. I told her my life up to that point, and asked her to put me up for a while. The house had collapsed in the typhoon, and she lived in a shack that was just 1 room. "Anyway, let me lie down for a moment," I said, and I lay down on a kind of blanket that served as a futon. But perhaps because I was too exhausted, I couldn't fall asleep. Even after my aunt fell asleep, I stayed there huddled up, unable to do anything but cry. I was thinking about him, and I had no idea what I would do the next day. Then, I sensed someone's presence outside. Between where I was lying and the outside, there wasn't a real wall, just a paper panel. I tried to open it slowly, and who do I see? My little brother, who I had spoken to shortly before. I asked him what was wrong, and he replied crying that he didn't like being at the painter's house, and that he had secretly followed me. I couldn't do anything but let him in. "If you hate that place so much, you won't go there anymore. I'll take care of you." I still had a pretty naive and optimistic view of the world. The next day I asked my aunt to also take in my brother. "I'll earn food for him too, I'll pay you, okay?" My aunt took me to the mill, where she worked, and I decided that I would work there too. At the end of my first day, however, I felt extremely tired. It felt like the bones in my legs and arms were about to fall off. A life was looming that I hadn't even imagined until then. For lunch they ate boiled potatoes without salt. For dinner they had grilled rice cakes, which they called yakimochi, but they were nothing like the white flour ones you find in the city. They were just dumplings made with freshly ground barley, which hadn't even had the husk removed. They roasted them in the hearth and had to blow off the ashes while they ate them. Until 3 days before, I could taste all the delicacies I wanted at Lombari's house, and I even complained the carp tastes like mud. I won't eat it. The smelt tastes too fishy. I won't eat it. I was too spoiled, and I had ended up acquiring the worst habits. But no matter how hungry I was, I couldn't swallow those cakes. My aunt called it a first-class lunch when she served us slices of white radish, of daikon, but there was neither salt nor soy sauce to season them, and so we used the juice of plum liqueur. The people who worked in the mill brought rice cakes, those so-called yakimochi, and slices of pumpkin for lunch. While they ate, they said, "If by chance you manage to get rice, there is no salt or miso. If you find the miso, you will see that you can't find either the rice or the potatoes." How I would like to fill my belly with white rice and miso soup for once. My old folks say that before they die they would like to eat a bowl of rice where you can stick your chopsticks in without them falling over. I was completely shocked by these speeches. My physical condition was pitiful. If I was standing, I had to sit down. If I was sitting, I had to get up. Although my head was spinning and I felt like I was about to faint, I still went to work. I couldn't eat anything. And so, on the morning of the 3rd day I couldn't get up and had to take a day off. I must have also had quite a fever. While I was trying to rest, almost in a state of unconsciousness, my little brother woke me up. "Sister, eat this." A little hesitant, he placed a bowl of white rice soup near my pillow. I remembered that the night before my aunt was lamenting that there wasn't a single grain, and I asked him how he had managed to get it. When I lived with Mom, there was never any rice, so from the painter, when they gave it to me to wash every day, I always secretly set a little aside. I wanted to give it to Mom when she came back. "You don't eat anything, and if you die, it's a problem, so yesterday I brought it here without them seeing me and boiled it," he replied through tears. When I thought about this little boy of barely 13 years old, who with his hands full of chilblains took a little rice and cooked it, without feeling the slightest resentment towards the mother who had abandoned him, he seemed so innocent that I had to hold back the tears. The next day he didn't show up, not even when it started to get dark. I wondered what had happened. Had he gotten tired of being with us and gone back to the painter's house? He arrived later and handed me something. "Here, drink." Hesitantly, I asked him what it was. "It's tea made with worms." Chapter 34. Tears of Humiliation. If I wanted to make my little brother happy in any way, there was no point in staying in a place like that, so I decided to visit my older sister, Karuta, in Chiba. I mentioned it to my aunt, but she told me that we didn't have money for the train ticket. She understood that there was no way to change my mind, and so she managed to gather 50 sen for me, with which we went to Suwa. I made my brother wait on the riverbank where I always met Motoyama, and in the meantime I went to the Ichiriki tea house. "I beg you, lend me 10 yen. I tried to ask the owner, but she replied that business was bad there too. Then, after thinking about it for a bit, she said, "Why don't you try asking Mr. He? That man was really in love with you." She was referring to the Hai who had murdered Tsukiko. For the sake of my little brother, I was determined to endure any humiliation, and so I gritted my teeth and nodded. There was no rice, no miso. The restaurants were closed, but the world of the pleasure quarters still had its hidden side. In the end, he showed up in one of the rooms of the tea house. "There must be a mistake, surely," he said to me with a sarcastic smile. But I controlled myself and only replied, "Spend tonight with me, for 10 yen. I beg you." The great Suru granting favors for 10 measly yen. That's very economical. An opportunity not to be missed. In exchange, however, you will be an object of my property. You must be ready to do anything. He had his mouth open in a sadistic smile. I looked directly into his eyes. "Whatever you wish," I said. "I'm not so desperate for women that I have to go with one who has lost her charm. I'm buying you because I want to see you dance naked. What do you think? If you don't like it, then you can forget about the money." And he gave me an icy look. Without a word, I took off my kimono, folded it, and knelt down. He started marking the rhythm with his hands and gestured for me to start. I did as I was ordered. I was so determined not to show tears that I bit my lips until they bled. Then I began to dance like a madwoman. Even the ugly scar on my leg was there, in plain sight. "No, take a sip," he said to me, while laughing loudly. When I took the small cup of sake that he offered me, my hands were shaking. I thought that maybe that could be enough, and I made a move to take the kimono in silence. But that man pounced on me like a beast. I showed no sign of resistance. I just lay there. When I felt the tears running down my cheeks, I thought of my little brother who was waiting for me on the shore of the lake and was probably shivering with cold. Chapter 35. End of the war. I left the tea house, went to find my brother, and that same night we set off for China, taking the 8:05 train to Shinjuku. I remembered the address written on the back of Karuta's second letter, asked for the street at the police station, and we went to visit her. She welcomed us as if we were her own relatives. Blood of her blood. You can't think of taking care of your brother alone, Karuta's Dana told me. This man is a bit old, and he arranged things so that I became the mistress of a 63-year-old man. He took care of us, and somehow we managed to get by without lacking food. He managed a small fish shop in the town of Goi, near Ichihara in the Chiba prefecture, and he would visit me in the room rented by Karuta only from time to time. We led a relatively quiet life, therefore. When we had finally settled in, lo and behold, the house was razed by the bombings of August 7th, and we were left with nothing. Just as we were collecting sheet metal to build ourselves a shack, the war came to an end. I had never experienced it directly, and therefore I didn't really know what the expression "end of the war" meant. But if the situation had to go that way, I thought this war could have ended a week earlier. That way, at least, we would still have had a place to live. Karuta asked us to go with her to Go. Her Dana would build her a house there, she said, and we could all live together. But I didn't want to be a burden to her anymore. So I had my old man buy the remains of Karuta's house, and we started our new life in that shack. I enrolled my brother in school, a year behind the others, and to earn a little more, I started selling newspapers near the Chiba Bank in the morning and in the evening. So, one way or another, we managed to get by the following year. However, in May 1946, the old man died of a heart attack. After that, I started doing anything and everything in the true sense of the word. During the chaotic days of the immediate post-war period, my little brother and I simply couldn't find the money to eat. At first, I worked as a laborer in the in-age electric stove factory. The stoves were divided into two halves. You put the clay inside, shaped the internal parts with your hands to make them round, then joined them together and sealed them. My job was to shape the clay. My hands began to peel and became very rough. In addition, the pay was only 35 yen a month, too low to make ends meet, and so I quit. Thinking about it now, at that time the price of 3 horses was 10 yen. Then an acquaintance of Karuta opened a small restaurant near the prefectural office, and it was decided that I would work there. During that period I received 2 marriage proposals. The first was from a watchmaker who always came to eat there, Mr. Kuwano. We met every day on the way back from work. At first I thought it was a coincidence. But then I realized he was ambushing me. "Hello, are you going home?" he would say shyly. When we got to know each other a little better, he asked me to visit him at his house one day, but I refused. I have a younger brother, and we spend our days off together. Just the 2 of us. It's very kind of you, but if that's the case, bring your little brother too. He had invited me with such enthusiasm that in the end I thought there would be nothing wrong if my brother and I let ourselves be invited to eat. The umpteenth time I decided to accept. Afterwards, it turned out that every day off we were eating at his house. One time we went to Mr. Kawano's house, as usual, but we also met his mother. Despite being our first meeting, she started saying only things that didn't make any sense. "My son has insisted so much that I get to know you. Forgive my bluntness. But what school did you graduate from?" Nowadays, even women, if they don't know how to at least read the circulars, don't you think? My son Masaharu is a bit of a peculiar person. He lives here alone, but we actually have a shop in Tokyo as well, very well known. My daughter, on the other hand, runs a tailoring shop, and she has been asked to make clothes for the imperial family as well. If you accept my son's proposal, we must ask you to conform to the condition and customs of our family. I trust you understand. And she kept talking like that as if Kuwano and I were engaged. I was stunned, and I left as soon as I could. Old witch. I was a geisha. I graduated from geisha school. And by the way, I've also been a kept woman. How good it would have been to say all this to her, while blowing a puff of smoke in her face. It was a shame not to be able to take that satisfaction. Damn it, I'm not going to set foot there again. Back home, I was still angry. Why did we leave like that? Aren't we going to visit him again? We could eat all those good things. It's a waste, exclaimed my brother with a sad little face. When I saw Mr. Kuwano again, I said to him, "You have been very rude." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. At least, let me say clearly that I have no intention of getting married. And I refused categorically. He seemed very sorry, and I regretted having behaved so badly. It would have been better if I had never set foot in his house, so he wouldn't have gotten strange ideas or suffered. When he began to apologize, I shouted at him with an arrogant air, "A real man doesn't justify himself like that," and I ran away, but in my heart I was grateful to him. I know you had good intentions, I thought. Forgive me. Chapter 36. The Ganaki Tavern. The small restaurant where I worked was called Earth Meat Tavern. Once we removed the starch from the potatoes, we prepared a kind of gnocchi soup. We sold a bowl for 50 sen. We usually opened at 12 and closed at 4, but there were people who bought entire pots of soup, so we generally sold out by 2. My shift was from 8 to 5, and I had 3 days off a month. They were all good people, but I was afraid that if they found out I used to be a geisha and had also been kept, they would avoid and humiliate me. I was very careful that they wouldn't discover anything about my past. I never took lunch home, both because I lived nearby and because I didn't trust smoking in front of everyone, and after lunch I liked to enjoy a cigarette quietly at home. The owner was truly a man with a heart of gold, and he had an excellent relationship with a certain Yamamura Shinjiro, one who was going to be a member of the House of Representatives. I often saw them together. It was announced that the change to the new yen would take place in February, so the boss assiduously collected 50 sen coins and 1 yen bills, put them in an apple box, and took them home. At the tavern, we had been told to ask customers to pay in small coins because we didn't have change. In early April, there were elections, and for the first time, women were allowed to vote. The first characters I wrote were those of Yamamura Shinjiro, and I tried very hard to learn them, while nibbling on the pencil. The master said if you make a mistake in even one syllable, it's no good. He said that when you write a letter, it's better not to try to use Chinese characters if you don't remember them. It's better to use simple characters. It makes the figure more beautiful when you write them clearly and legibly, he explained to me. I panicked, asked him, "You haven't told the master that your sister doesn't know how to write, have you?" "No, I don't say things that could embarrass you." He was a bright and intelligent little boy, and also honest. Maybe I'm being biased because he was my brother, but I don't think I've ever met such a brilliant young man as him. Mr. Yamamura, the candidate I had voted for, came once with the Food Distribution Authority, and the owner of the tavern told me to bring them gnocchi soup. I found myself facing 4 or 5 men dressed to the nines. I thought that such well-dressed people would never eat that swill, but I couldn't take it away without saying anything. So I set it down in front of them, saying, "You won't eat it, will you?" I stood there all embarrassed, convinced that they wouldn't even touch it. "No, no. Of course I'll eat it, with your permission." And with that he took the chopsticks. Then, addressing me, who was standing there astonished, "I am in favor of accepting everything that people offer you with kindness." And he smiled at me. I felt that he had saved me from an embarrassing situation. What a good man. "When there are elections, no matter what, I want to give you my vote," I said to myself. On the big day, I went to vote with a slip of paper on which my brother had written his name, and I copied it exactly. The son of the owner of the Earth Meat Tavern was a nice young man named Kozo. He was passionate about foreign films, and the first one he took me to see was His Butler's Sister with Deanna Durbin. I, however, who couldn't read the subtitles and didn't understand the words in the original language, had to try hard to pretend that I had understood the meaning. The second time I was about to refuse the invitation. But then I thought that there was no point in allowing a movie to ruin the relationship with a person I saw every day. Among all the ridiculous things in this world, there is nothing more absurd than a silent film. This one was titled Mayerling. I thought the scene in which Danielle Darrieux, or whoever it was, I don't remember well now, died was pretty, but otherwise I didn't understand anything. I pretended to cry when the others cried, and laugh when they laughed. While we were going home on the train, standing there holding on to the handles of the car, he asked me like this suddenly, "Little Sayo, marry me." "I'm sorry, I have a younger brother." "I know. I like the simple way you are raising him. From now on, life will be hard. We can't live off rents. You are a survivor, and I admire you. Bring your brother, too. My father more or less agrees. He says that even if you have this baggage with you, we will somehow overcome it. You don't have to give me an answer right now. I too, you know, have had a hard time in the army. You have to marry me, Sayo," he whispered in my ear, as if he were talking about the movie we had just seen. That night I spent in a state of total indecision. It's not that I didn't like him. But what would happen if he found out that the bride he thought was a sweet girl was actually an old fox? The decision I had to make was one and only one. I wasn't sure I would be able to keep it. Chapter 37. A dream from my little brother. Clear eyes. I've called myself an old fox several times, but now that I think about it, I was only 21 years old back then. "Sister, why don't you go to work?" my brother asked me. "Bah, I could become an army pan one," I replied jokingly. He burst into tears and, with a very serious expression, exclaimed, "If you have to be reduced to that, I'll stop going to school and go to work." For me, he was everything. My dreams, my feelings were all for him. He was my reason for living, the courage to keep going in difficult times. What shame, what embarrassment I have gone through during my life for not knowing how to read. I wanted my brother to at least finish high school. It wasn't necessary for him to become someone with an important name, someone filthy rich, or someone who went around in a car of his own. It would be pointless for him to become one of those men who went with women, got drunk as skunks, behaved like barbarians, and made others cry. I just wanted to make him a person capable of writing his name wherever he went, who worked honestly and never lacked 3 meals a day. One who could walk down Main Street with his head held high, swinging his arms with pride. One who had nothing to be ashamed of in any situation he found himself in. This was my only wish. My life was already over. I wanted to become at least some kind of fertilizer for him to make him grow. When the painter had taken him in, he was at such a level that he could only go to elementary school, but he had only managed to attend half of the school year and had fallen behind. That's why, when he arrived in Chiba, he didn't want to go to school and said, "I'm not going, I don't understand anything." Then I scolded him a little, encouraged him a little, went to talk to his teachers, explained the situation to them, and begged them to make sure he wasn't made fun of by the others. In the end, I convinced him. After all this, he started going willingly, but if I had set foot in the red light districts and he had had to stop studying, it would have been a fine mess. If it hadn't been so unacceptable to my brother, I would most likely have returned to the dirty life of before. This young man, who did not know that filth, begged me with his clear, beautiful eyes, which seemed to be able to reach directly to the bottom of my heart, not to be a geisha again, and not to become a prostitute, even if I had to get by on meager meals and dress in rags. "Sister, I'll go to sleep early every night. I won't have to eat. You go to sleep early too. Once you fall asleep, you forget you're hungry. After that, he would get into bed when it wasn't even dark yet, and he would lie there staring at the ceiling with his eyes wide open. We had no savings, and so we ran out of food right away. Every day I went to look for clams and made a soup. While we drank it, we always repeated, "If we had a little miso to put in it, it would be good, right?" Chapter 38. Street Vendor. At that time, I heard a neighbor say that you could make money by going to the countryside to buy food and then sell it in the city. I went to see my older sister, Karuta, in Go to borrow money to start the business, and I joined the group. But you couldn't just buy a train ticket to the countryside whenever you wanted. The operation required a remarkable effort. First, you had to spend the night waiting, sitting on the street with your arms around your knees. Then finally, in the morning, you got your ticket and got on the first train. Then you arrived in the countryside, perhaps in places where no one else set foot, and you looked for food, walking kilometers and kilometers. You came back loaded with rice and your arms full of potatoes, and we dragged your exhausted body to Esakusa, or Okonomizu, where we tried to sell the merchandise. I will never forget the price of sweet potatoes. You bought them for 8 yen and sold them for 12. My little brother took care of me when I came back tired. Sometimes it was 9 or 10 o'clock, but he always waited for me with something prepared for dinner. We couldn't afford to buy coal, so we loved sardines on some heels, and every day we ate those potatoes and those sardines with a smoky flavor. Even now, when I think about that time, my heart aches. Sleeping on the street to buy a train ticket was something my brother almost always took care of. There were 16 or 17 of us who worked as street vendors, but we divided into groups of 2 or 3 to go to the rural villages. I used to walk with 2 middle-aged ladies who, however, were not used to the work and did not know how to do it. They bought only what they strictly needed, and then I made them give me everything else in bulk. One day, when we hadn't even managed to find enough potatoes, they began to say, "It's not a big deal, but it seems like today is a bad day. Let's go home." I would have felt abandoned staying there alone, and so we went back to the train station. I, however, was about to cry. The effort my brother had had to make sleeping on the street, the train ticket which had taken away the few savings we had, it would all have been useless. At that moment, luckily, a member of the group, Mr. Yasu, turned to me. "But how? Your backpack is empty." "Today has gone badly," I replied through tears. "What a shame. Where I've been, there was still merchandise left. Go on, run and buy it." The last train from Narita to Chiba was around 5 o'clock. I thought that if I managed to catch it, everything would be fine. And so, even though I was tired, I set off again. To get to the place that Yasu had indicated to me, you had to walk about 10 kilometers, 5 to go and another 5 to return. I couldn't take it anymore, but he chased after me and told me he would come with me. I managed to buy a lot of sweet potatoes. I had my backpack full, and it would have been better if I had settled for that. But I also wanted to buy 7 or 8 kilos of large roots of daikon, which I carried in my arms. When I got on the train, I put them on top of my backpack and secured them to my neck. The train was packed. To get on and off, you had to fight like crazy. People pushed me from one side to the other, and I was so loaded that I lost my balance, so much so that I was the last to get on. "Mr. Yasu pushed me from behind, and I finally managed to grab a handle inside the car, but he had stayed behind me and couldn't get on through that door, so he hurried to another one. My body with all that luggage was tense like a bow, my hands gripping the train handle and my feet inside the car. The roots resting on my backpack slid down and hung from my neck. I desperately tried to make a space for myself inside the car, but people were pushing so hard. I knew that if I let go, I would fall off the train. At that moment, the train started to move. A station employee must have seen me, because his voice reached me shouting, "Let go, take your hands off there immediately," and I, as if stunned, let myself fall. Lying there on the platform of the track, I found myself on top of the sweet potatoes. Bam! I violently hit my hips and was not able to get up right away. The employee approached me while babbling something incomprehensible. I stayed there, ashamed and full of embarrassment, but when I looked up all trembling, I saw that Yasu was standing between me and the employee. He told me that he had seen me fall and that he had also gotten off the train. They explained to us that that was the last one, and that the next one would be a little after 5 o'clock the following morning. With the help of the employee, we managed to spend the night in a nearby guest house. Once we arrived, we had the sweet potatoes boiled and ate them together. So far, so good, but then came the moment to go to sleep. The two of us in the same room, and I said to myself, "We're in trouble again." And here Mr. Yasu began to tell me this story. A long time ago, I was a yakuza. They called me Yasu the drinker, and I thought I was an important one. Then, in the 14th year of the Showa era, 1939, I was called to arms, and I was so reckless and adventurous that I did horrible things in China. I raped Chinese women. If I had been discovered, I would have been punished, and so I killed them. Then, in 1942, I became a squad leader. There was a soldier under my command who always showed me absolute loyalty. If I did something wrong, he was the one who felt bad. Our position was bombed, and while we reached another, we found ourselves wandering for 20 days without food. We all turned into wild beasts, only he started digging and gave me some roots to eat. Each of us was desperately looking for something to fill our stomachs with, and I, on the other hand, was so terrible that I ate everything he gave me, without thinking twice. Before you managed to reach the Allied position, the enemy paid us another visit. If I am still alive, it is because that man covered my body with his and protected me. But I lost my hearing. My tongue was paralyzed, and although I still had my voice, the words did not come out. The flesh of the palm of my right hand was completely gone. I was repatriated and healed, but with that hand, I was no longer good for anything, and so I was discharged. I cried. I thought of the soldier who had given his life for me, and I would have liked to return to the battlefield to fight once more. I had not kept a single object that reminded me of the soldier who had saved me. This was the kind of man I was. I didn't even have the courage to reproach myself. I was a miserable man, who only thought about staying alive. Now I have repented. I have given up alcohol and women. When he finished speaking, he showed me his hand, with his fingers curved like bear claws. Then he turned his back on me and fell asleep. I was ashamed to have distrusted him even for a moment. After that episode, I always went to get food with Yasu. Never, not once did he speak badly to me or treat me cruelly. He always cared for me with kindness. When the controls on the merchandise coming from the countryside became rigid, I was once caught by an agent and taken to the police station. He told me that he would seize my potatoes. "If you want to take them, try it. I'll hang myself by the neck right here in front of you. Do you think I do it just for the fun of it? If I lose these potatoes, we will starve. Give them back to me." And I began to sob with so many tears and snot dripping from my nose. A good girl doesn't behave like that. "Come on, blow your nose." And he handed me a handkerchief. "Don't get caught again, huh? This is my job. If I see you, I can't let you go. For this time, let's pretend nothing happened." And he sent me back home. Chapter 39. Alay Bancarella. When I was a geisha and a kept woman, I knew well how cruel people could be. What I didn't know, however, was how exhausting it was to work hard. The first time I was amazed, as I said before, was at the mill where my aunt worked. Until then, I thought that if I owned a bowl, I would also have the food to fill my mouth with. Then I realized that I would have nothing unless I worked to the limit of my strength. In the end, that strenuous work got the better of me. And in March of the year in which I had started the buying and selling activity, I had to spend a whole week in bed. I don't remember very well how it was afterwards. Anyway, that job was too exhausting, and I realized that my physique couldn't take it anymore. One day, I was walking near the Chiba shrine when I ran into Mr. Matsumura, a Korean man I knew by sight. I asked him if he could tell me a way to earn some money. I had the feeling that I was grasping at straws, but in the end I got the license to sell soap. In the pavement inside the sanctuary grounds, in the open air, a vital and lively black market was held, mostly managed by Koreans. I started dealing with them. Over here, please. Excellent quality soap for sale. Gentle on your hands. Look how well it lathers. I shouted like that, stopping people and showing them how much lather formed. At first, however, I couldn't get my voice out. And then nothing gentle on your hands. It left them rough, and the skin fell off right away. It was a terrible scam, which turned into mush within 3 days. I bought it for 15 yen, and sold it for 20. The market was right on the border between hell and paradise. If you didn't get a central position and you ended up a little on the sidelines, you ended up right in the middle of hell. Misdeeds were committed that you would never have had the opportunity to see on the good side of the world, the one in the sunlight. Girl, do you have tobacco? Some petty criminals would come up to me like that to strike up a conversation. My heart would start beating fast. But if you let the fear show, nothing good would come of it in the long run. I would answer them with all the courage I could muster. Maybe I could have it. But who are you guys with? Come on, little girl. You're new around here, aren't you? Me? I'm not with anyone. And I'm not strutting around like you guys do either. Matsumura lets me sell here. That's all. Ha, I see. You're the old man's little woman, huh? They would say, raising their little finger as if to indicate that Matsumura and I were a couple. Mind your own business. Come on, how about a cigarette? I would offer them to them and take one for myself too, but my hands were shaking while I lit it. Besides, almost every day there was a fight so violent that it paralyzed me with fear. After 2 months, I got completely used to that life, found a way to raise my voice, and started selling more and more soap. Once I gained the trust of the Koreans, it was very easy for me to get along with them. When they were in a group, they often raised their voices, but taken individually they were shy, lowered their ears like puppies, with their tails between their legs, and retreated with an expression that seemed to say, I give up. I began to feel like one of them, and if they lost in a fight, I was the one who felt bad. Come on, take a step forward again. Bastard, if only I had a little strength in my body, and I kicked the ground in anger. I felt perfectly comfortable in the role of the gangster's protégé. One day, one of them, a man of about 34 or 35, whom everyone called Boss Gan, came to me and started looking for a fight. I'm going to knock everything over, he said, slamming his fist on the little stand where I had lined up the bars of soap. If criminals like him were hanging around my territory, no customer would ever approach the merchandise. In any case, I had to make things clear once and for all, I thought, and so, with a good poker face, I replied, So you're Gan, the big boss around here, huh? Well, boss, what happens if word gets out that an important man like you is messing with a young girl like me? How about we meet tonight at 8 at Enoch's Hanayama? That's what the back of the shrine was called. And he, fine, how many are you bringing? What the hell are you talking about? I'm not going to fight. I want to talk to you alone. I'm asking you because I want to have a dialogue with you like civilized people. If things got complicated that night, I was ready to play my last card. Becoming a gangster's woman might be okay. Of course, I had no idea about so-called feminine virtue. I had never been taught it, and even if I had in the world I had lived in until then, it wouldn't have been worth even an empty cigarette packet. Ino Hanayama was a heavenly place, full of camellias in bloom. I prostrated myself at the feet of Boss Gan and begged him with my face on the ground, "Boss, please. I have a little brother for whom I would gladly give my life. You have no idea how much I have suffered for not having received an education. I want my brother to go to school until he is at least able to write his name. After that, I don't care what happens to me. Until then, I want to behave seriously. If I do something stupid, my brother will have to leave school. Please take my side. It's the truth. What drives me crazy is that you, a Japanese woman, are the mistress of a Korean. That's it. But no, it's not true. More than old Matsumura, it's his wife who takes care of me. If you don't believe me, ask her. Until my brother can fend for himself, I renounce men. Understood? Okay, I'll support you. But if I find out that you've told me a bunch of lies and that you're secretly with one, you're not going to get away with it, huh?" We parted and went home. That night, I cut my long waist-length hair, which had been so important to me for years, very short, and offered it to some god of a small temple that was still standing after the bombings inside the sanctuary. I made a vow. No men until my brother can fend for himself. He didn't know anything. He slept soundly, but the next morning, with his eyes wide with surprise, he exclaimed, "Sister, what have you done? The hair you loved so much." "It's going to be hot from now on. It was just getting in the way," I replied indifferently and went to the barber to get it styled. There is nothing that cannot be done, if you put your heart into it. I managed to become friends with those supposed gangsters. They too, once you get to know them, are good people. If you treat them with respect, they will be willing to risk their lives for you. I decided to throw a big party outside the sanctuary grounds, invited them all, and offered a bottle of sake and grilled cuttlefish. Once I finished my bottle, they pooled their coins and bought another. They laughed and sang. They seemed really happy. I played the role of the consummate delinquent, sitting cross-legged, pretending to be able to drink as much as all of them, while in reality there was no way I could get that liquor down. I never allowed any of these acquaintances to come near my house. I didn't want to hurt my little brother. He was so sensitive. Only Mr. Yasu became a good conversation partner for him. I knew he would be a good example, and that he would never teach him anything bad. One morning, about a year after joining the group, I went to work as usual. There was great confusion. Boss Gan had been stabbed. I was told the hospital where he was admitted. I hurried to run, and what did I find? Gan whimpering like a little girl. His girlfriend, Misako, was sitting at his bedside looking very sad. The story was this. The night before, a small group of 3 men had tried to pass by him, when one of them had stabbed him and ran away. Fortunately, the blade had pierced the appendix, and he was not in danger of life, but Misako was worried, because a part of the intestine had also been damaged. Gan barely narrowed his eyes, saw me, and immediately began to complain again. "I really don't understand." The great Gan screaming for a little cut like this? You should be ashamed. I have felt much more pain than you, and yet I have never said a peep. Look at this. And I put my leg with the scar right in front of his eyes. Masako was stunned. "How did you get it?" "This? Well, when I was a child, there was a demon, you know, and the demon made me fly down the stairs. This is the proof. They really exist here on Earth. And here is the demonstration. I was already able to tell it like that. with complete tranquility. I was very satisfied with my audacity, and laughing as much as I could, I said to Gan, "Behave. You're not dying." And I left the hospital. Chapter 4. The 7 Funerary Tablets. I spent 2.5 years selling soap at the Chiba Shrine, involved in the lives of Matsumura and the other Koreans, sharing joy, rage, pain, and pleasure. I got used to their theatrical domestic squabbles, their somewhat ostentatious way of crying, and I also learned to make barley pancakes and distilled liquor. My little brother finished school without any problems. During that period, good quality soap used by the occupation forces began to circulate in the market, and the inferior soap that turned into mush after 3 days became difficult to sell in the city. I took my brother with me and went to sell it in the countryside. On the first day, we tried to get on the bus that went to the Keisei Chiba station. We got off at the terminal and separated, each going our own way to sell the soap. We started in the morning, and since the last bus was at 6:10, we agreed to meet at 5:30 at the place where we had separated. "Are you interested in soap today?" I would say, peeking into the entrance. But wherever I went, "No, we're not interested," and they would shoo me away like a stray cat. After being rejected at 3 houses, even I, who was blessed with a thick skin, had begun to feel intimidated. And when entering the next house, I began to hesitate. It was already 1 in the afternoon, and I hadn't sold a single bar of soap. The June sun beat down mercilessly, and I was beginning to feel tired and unable to go on. Poor little brother. His first time out selling, how miserable and humiliated he must be feeling. Who knows, maybe he's already gone back to the pine forest where we agreed to meet, I thought. And after having sold 2 bars of soap at one house, I took advantage of it and tried to go back to the pines. He wasn't there. I ate my lunch and stretched out on my back. I looked at the sky through the fronds of the trees, wondering what had become of him. All I could hear was the whisper of the wind through the pine needles. What a peaceful place, I thought. It would be beautiful to rest forever in a place like this. And as I reflected, I ended up falling asleep. When I woke up with a start, it was already 4 o'clock. I dragged my feet towards the bus stop. But he wasn't there either. At 5 past, there he was, with a backpack bigger than him on his back, soaked in sweat, smiling from ear to ear as he came towards me. "Sister," they gave me so many sweet potatoes. I thought they were heavy and I didn't want them, but then I traded them for something else. "Is it all potatoes?" "No way! There's rice, beans, and all kinds of goods." Once on the bus, he rummaged around for a moment and then asked me if I wanted to eat some of the grilled sweet potato he had in his hand, wrapped in newspaper. It was completely crushed and shapeless. But as I ate it, I was overcome by the awareness that my brother had suddenly become an adult. That night, even after we had finished eating, he was still there, arranging the provisions he had managed to bring home. "Sister, if you take this to Matsumura tomorrow, he'll definitely buy it from you, you know. From my experience, I can tell you that the big houses of the rich people don't work out well. It's the people in the small houses who buy your merchandise. Commerce is perseverance, right? It's not luck," he told me. All happy. Seeing him in that mood gave me the strength to face new fatigues. During that period, my older sister Karuta suddenly told me that she would return to the Shinshu region. Her Donna had been struck by a stroke and had become paralyzed, and the wife was one of those jealous women always distressed or angry. They were just a nuisance, and Karuta couldn't stand that situation anymore. If the Donna died, everything she had done for him would be lost. It was wiser, she told me, to take all the money she could get her hands on at the moment, even if it wasn't much, and return to the region where she was born. Then, start some kind of business there. "Why don't you two come too? If you go back home, you're sure to find something to get by," she told me. But for me, Shinshu meant nothing but bitterness. And even the memory of him, The man I had loved with all my soul was now just a pain in my chest that made itself felt from time to time. All I hoped for was that my brother and I would manage to save enough to afford a stall in the market, no matter how small, and then start selling something. I made barley pancakes and distilled liquor, and took everything I could get to the countryside in exchange for anything I could take back and sell. In that period, I completely transformed into a money demon. I would have done anything to earn a little money. The others considered me quite useful. If they asked me for rice for such and such a day, I would bring it for that day. If they asked me for barley, I would bring barley, etc. In this way, my brother and I managed to survive. Then I heard that if you managed to collect 49 funerary tablets, each of which was the median of a series of 7, then a wish of yours would come true. I went to look for them with my brother in the heart of the night. It's not easy to find series of 7 tablets, but we were determined to have our stall in the market, and in the end we found all 49. I still keep the ashes from when we burned them. It had been 5 years since I had eliminated lipstick and white powder from my life. But perhaps there was still some trace of femininity in me. Every now and then someone would give me the eye, shake my hand, and say to me, "Miss, you shouldn't work so hard, young as you are. There are much more comfortable ways to get by, as many as you want." At times like those, I would answer, "I thank you very much for your kindness. Don't touch me, however. My body is rotting, and your hand will rot too." If they insisted, then I would get heavy. "Don't get the wrong idea about me, bastard. If you touch me again, I'll bite your throat." And so I had managed to save a little, though not much. And it seemed that our dreams were about to come true. Then, in the summer of 1952, my brother suddenly said that his stomach hurt and began to spend his days in bed. At first I was too busy making money and didn't pay much attention to it. But it seemed that he also had a fever, and so I called the doctor and had him visit. He told me that it was intestinal tuberculosis, and that if I didn't get him admitted to the hospital as soon as possible, his life would be in danger. I had him admitted to Chiba Hospital, and for a while I stayed by his side. But in the blink of an eye, all our savings evaporated, and I had to leave him alone to go back to work. Chapter 4. The Deep River of Despair. My little brother's suicide. Looking back, the reason I managed to lead such a serious and pure life during those years despite our poverty was precisely because I had my brother's support. Now that he was sick, all my desire to strive for a better future had suddenly vanished, and it's no wonder I spent my days at his bedside, dazed, until I didn't have a single penny left. When I returned, I realized that it wouldn't be easy to earn the money for the penicillin injections at 600 yen each. Even if I worked as hard as I could, it would take 3 days to perhaps save enough money for a single injection. In the end, not knowing what to do, I repeated to myself that this was the fastest way to make money, and started working in a place called Hasuike, the lotus pond in the flowers and willows district. But the geisha was not what she used to be before the war. Now she was no different from any low-level prostitute. I worked at night and was at the hospital during the day, by my little brother's side. "Mr. Matsumura is lending me the money as much as I want," I told him. But he was no longer a child. I don't know if he understood everything or not. The fact is that on the night of October 12th, after I had left the hospital, he committed suicide by throwing himself from the roof of the building. I don't want to overwhelm you anymore, sister. In any case, I can't be saved. Dad also died of this disease. At that time, I remember well how much Mom had to suffer to try to keep him from dying. I want you to be much happier, sister. This is the letter he left me. I rushed there, and when they showed me his poor remains, it seemed that all the blood in my body had started circulating backwards, that my head had emptied. I could only perceive something small in my brain, like a little wheel spinning, tin, tin. I wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come out. In the end, I started laughing like a hysteric. Everyone said I had lost my mind. Perhaps if I had really gone crazy, I would have been happier, I don't know, but I was perfectly in my senses. Every day, I sat absent-mindedly in my room, crying and crying without eating or drinking, and talking to myself. Tear off my arms and legs. I don't care if you make me a Daruma, but give me back my brother. I shouted without addressing anyone in particular, pleading. They told me later, but I don't remember it well. I knew I had to think, that I had to concentrate on something, but a cavity had formed in my head and I couldn't fix my thoughts on anything. I envied my brother's courage, who had managed to throw himself from such a height. Masaru, do you really think that without you I can be happy? Perhaps I hadn't managed to make myself understood by him completely. Matsumura's wife, Mr. Yasu, Chief Gon were all worried and brought me food. And although I knew that saying such things wasn't going to change the situation, I couldn't stop myself from shouting at them. Do you think that if I eat this thing my brother will come back here with me? Behind the hospital there was a tree of some kind, I don't know, which at my chest height divided into 2 forks, one of which had been cut off. Every night when I kept my brother company, I put my hand on the cut part and begged it to make me happy like everyone else. I did it because I had once heard someone say, "Big trees have the power to make people happy." I went to that tree and told it how much I hated it. I hate you. I came to you because I wanted happiness. If it's true that you have divine powers, why didn't you prevent my little brother from taking his own life? For a month I wandered in a state of unconsciousness, with nothing to do, without any strength in my body. Matsumura's wife forced me to go live with them, she said. Now that you are alone in the world, all the more reason, become our daughter. If I went out, they had one of their children follow me, and if I locked myself in my house, they watched me there too, all day long, if necessary. They weren't going to allow me to do crazy things, they said, and those efforts towards me, when I wasn't even of their same nationality, brought tears to my eyes. Once I didn't eat anything for 2 days, and Mom Matsumura started to cry. If you don't eat, I won't eat either. And if you're okay with Mom dying too, then do it. And so, a little threatening me, a little conforming, she forced me to swallow something. For some time it seemed to me that I lived in a world without sounds and without light. I want to die, I thought. How nice it would be if I could die. But they were just empty thoughts. I didn't have the courage to do anything. Chapter: Return to Suwa. Anyway, I decided to bury him near his father, and I left Chiba. Even now, I can clearly see Mom Matsumura in her white traditional Korean dress accompanying me to Shinjuku and doing nothing but repeating, "Promise me you'll come back here, please. That you'll become my daughter." Until my departure, they did everything possible not to sadden me and behaved with the same delicacy with which one treats an abscess. Once back in Shiojiri, I kept a 1,000 yen bill, gave everything else to my aunt, and had her put me up for a while. The next day I went to his father's grave, and with my hands and a shovel I worked for a long time to dig a pit where I buried my brother's bones. Then I began to sing lullabies, and as I sang, I covered it with earth. I stayed there until it got dark. Afterwards, I started going every day and singing him lullabies. It seemed to me that it was the least I could do to console his soul, he who had never been able to hear them from his mother. It seemed that everyone really believed that I had lost my mind, and my aunt heard the rumor that many were afraid when they passed by the street next to the cemetery and heard my lullabies. Whether the wind blew or it snowed, I went there every day. It seemed to me like protesting against everyone. Who among you has ever done anything for that kind boy? Meanwhile, the new year, 1953, was approaching. There was a heavy snowstorm, and my little brother's grave was completely covered. I was not in good physical condition. I also had chills, so I stopped my daily visits to the cemetery and decided to go to Suwa. It's not that I had anything in particular to do there. I think I just wanted to see the lake again. For the first time after so long, I thought about combing my hair and I looked in the mirror. My blood ran cold. That was undoubtedly the face of a madwoman, emaciated, sickly in color, and with bulging eyes. In Suwa, the town was buzzing with New Year's celebrations. The willows on the shore, the Inari shrine, my secret place, everything was exactly as before. The father and mother of the Tekanoya, I heard, had moved to Kobe. So I visited the owner of the Ichiriki. But what happened to you? Where have you been? You look like a ghost. Come in. Make yourself comfortable. She began to bombard me with questions and welcomed me more warmly than I had expected. That Mr. Motoyama, who they said you were dating, has returned. He has become a counselor now, she told me cheerfully, as if it were something that concerned her. And so, he had returned. But it was such a distant memory that I couldn't even rejoice. In all that hustle and bustle between one fatigue and another, I hadn't even managed to think about him. That night, I had a high fever. And I had to stay overnight at the tea house. It was probably all my fault. I had wanted to overdo it, even though I had caught a cold at my aunt's house. Chapter 4. Reunion. I was haunted by bad dreams. One nightmare after another. But when I opened my eyes, wasn't Motoyama sitting next to me? At first, I thought I was still dreaming, but when he shook my shoulder a little, I realized it was really him, in the flesh. He told me bitterly that he couldn't imagine how much he had looked for me. He confessed that 4 years earlier he had resigned, gotten married, and had a child. For my part, I had never expected to be able to marry him, and just being able to see him again brought me immense happiness. He told me that he had only recently heard from the owner of Ichiriki about my move to Chiba. Then his face darkened, and I sensed that he had also heard the news of my nude dance. But he didn't touch on the subject, and that's how I realized in an almost painful way how much he loved me. From that day on, he took care of me unconditionally. Within 3 days, he found me a place to live and took me there. Every time he came to visit me, he brought me this or that. All things he had bought for me. He even gave me a radio, thinking I would feel a little abandoned being there alone. Finally, the cherry blossoms bloomed and I recovered completely. I went with him, yes, just him and me, to see the flowers at night, so as not to attract attention. I didn't know they could be so wonderful. Until then, I had always walked with my head down, looking at the ground. There had been no space in my life to admire flowers or anything. I was stunned by their beauty, like a person seeing them for the first time, and I could only sigh, how beautiful, what beauty. The next day I went out alone, and without anyone seeing me, I tried to climb a cherry tree. It was in full bloom, and the bees' Z's were buzzing busily. The spiders were repairing their webs. Everyone was alive. I was filled with a feeling of gratitude. I thought it was beautiful to be alive. On nights when the moon shone clear, we occasionally managed to meet on the shore of the lake, like in the old days. When men are at the peak of happiness or struggling in the deepest despair, at those moments the moon and the stars seem incredibly bright. I thought happiness had returned to me again. Just looking at his face made me say, I am happy. Do you feel happy just because of this? I think I have been wrong to you, but even thinking about it, right now it doesn't lead me to anything. I'm sorry I got married so lightly. He would sometimes say to me through tears, while hugging me tightly. I did not see myself, however, as one who could be called a concubine or a kept woman. The owner of my apartment told me that I was not at all, and this pleased me very much. Not even a married couple would be like you. You are a joy even for me. The sight of a young couple who love each other puts everyone in a good mood. There were no nets or chains that bound me now. I was free, and I could love him as much and as I wanted. I never would have dreamed that days like this would even come for me. Chapter 4. Days of Happiness. On the 12th of every month, I would visit my brother's grave. When Motoyama came with me. On the way back, at the Shiojiri Pass, we had fun picking fern shoots, or in autumn looking for mushrooms. Once in the mountains, I lost sight of him, and no matter how much I called him, I didn't get any response. I remembered when I was alone on the shore of the lake, in Suwa, and I really started to cry. Then he caught up with me, and laughing, he said, "I wanted to see what you were doing, and that's why I hid." I threw myself into his arms and let go like a child. "You're such a baby. Come on, get on." He carried me on his back and took me for a walk in the mountains. On New Year's, he said he wanted to see me with my hair styled in the traditional way, but he laughed at me because I kept complaining about how heavy the hairstyle was. And then, on his advice, in my free time I started learning the characters A, I, U, E, O on my own. I also learned to write down day by day in a notebook what I felt and thought. If I think about it now, those were happy days, as if I was always in the dazzling sunlight. Now, when I try to read what I had written, I realize that there is not a single sad thing. Month day. He has to go to Matsumoto for some business, and I go with him. I play with the pigeons near the lanterns of the shrine while I wait for him to finish. Then he buys me a cotton kimono for 1,050 yen. We watch a movie, eat out, and then go home. Month day. Today we have been to my little brother's grave, and we have had fun at the Suwa Pass. We had a singing competition, but he is out of tune, and while I was listening to him, I started laughing. I have been rude, and I regret it a little. I sang so loud that my voice echoed between the valleys, and then I danced the spring rain for him. Month day. Today I have been watching the swallows building their nest all day. He didn't come at night, so I had dinner with the owner of the house. Then I played cards with her and her husband. She loves that game. So as soon as there are 3 of us, she takes out the deck and says, "Come on, let's play a game." Month day. Today a person I didn't expect came. My older sister Tamari visited me. We had fun remembering the past. She stayed to sleep and then she left. She was married, but she ran away. Marriage? It's just having your hands and feet tied. She tells me, it's no fun at all. If you are together every day, you are forced to see the ugly sides of each other too. On the other hand, the way you do it, you only notice the beautiful things, and you don't get tired. Married life is beautiful for the first 6 months. Then, after a year, you reach the stage of disillusionment. She tells me, let's go for a walk. It's been so long. So we went out, walked aimlessly through the city, and finally arrived at the tree we called our secret place. Come on, let's try to climb it, she tells me, and she doesn't want to hear reasons. I try to get her down. We are not children anymore. But she doesn't listen to me. There is nothing to do, and so I take a cord from the obi and fix it to a low branch. Using that and helping each other, we finally manage to climb. Temari, I don't know what's wrong with her, suddenly starts peeing. What a good feeling. Come on. Let's go back, she tells me, and starts walking as if nothing happened. I'm still laughing when we get home. Sister, you're always the same. When we say goodbye, she tells me seriously, you shouldn't let this happiness escape, do you understand? Hold on tight, okay? And she repeats it to me over and over again. Chapter Farewell Banquet. He tended to forget that he had a wife and a child. Despite being so happy, I realized as autumn approached that he was depressed for some reason. Although I tried to ask him if something was wrong, he would answer me, on the contrary, something to please me. There is nothing you should worry about. Are you happy? Rather, what good have you done today? I, however, felt that he must have something, and I spent my days consumed by anxiety. I thought that perhaps he was sad because autumn was approaching. But finally the day came when I was abruptly awakened from this dream of happiness. His wife came. When I found her in front of my eyes, I was astonished and my knees began to tremble. I received her, however, with a determined attitude and provoked her. What have you come for? She lowered her head, and with her eyes full of tears, she said to me, I was prepared for your disdainful reaction. I have endured so much, but now that my husband is also suffering in this way, I have come to ask you for a favor. The fact is that his position as counselor has come to an end and the elections are near. It embarrasses me greatly to confess that we do not have much money, and when he has addressed the people who have supported him until now, he has received quite firm rejections. They have said, we cannot support someone who has lost his head over a woman, even if only for a short time separate from him. If you are the one who manages to make him happy once the elections are over, I will leave with the child. Just for now, I ask you, so that my husband can still be seen in public. There was no trace of resentment in her words. Having said this, she left. As I watched her withered figure disappear, I was ashamed of myself for being so aggressive. But had I really pierced that man's heart so deeply? I loved him too, however. Then to hell with it, go to hell, I told myself. But what will become of the child? Stealing the father from an innocent child is too petty a thing. It would have meant throwing another creature into the world destined to suffer as much as I had, after countless sleepless nights. Tortured by my selfish attachments, I came to a conclusion that I thought would wound me to the core. Leaving him was what fate had decided for me. And precisely because I loved him, I had to disappear from his life. The night I sat as the last before the farewell, I prepared a simple banquet. I did my best to keep him from perceiving my torments. I did my best to keep him from understanding my plans. We loved each other, and that is why we held back our tears. We ate in silence. It was a sad banquet. If it is true that a woman's life can burn in a single night, then I was determined to burn mine completely at that moment. On that night, I clung to his chest. It would be the last night I would make his arms my pillow. But why should I be the only one to lose him if he was the man I loved so much? I had to endure that pain. I was determined to burn his face into my head. And without closing my eyes all night, I stayed there watching him as he slept. Chapter Anguish of Love. I left a letter for him with the landlady, called a cab, loaded all my luggage, and set off for Toyoshima. It was late. In Toyoshima, my older sister, Karuta, had opened a restaurant and I initially moved there. Since arriving, I hadn't managed to sever that unhealthy attachment that bound me to him, and I didn't know what to do with myself. There wasn't a single day when I wasn't in the grip of alcohol. I was drunk, I longed for him ardently, and when I sobered up, I longed for him even more. I wandered around like a madwoman, a snake writhing after being nearly killed. I did completely senseless things, like spending the night with a man who seemed to resemble him, But obviously they were men who, no matter how much they looked like him, weren't him. And afterward I felt like I had chewed ashes. No matter how much I tried to spit it out, the bad taste simply remained. A virtuous woman, firm in her chastity, would have managed to live, embracing only the memory of him, no doubt. But I was a fool. Knowing how bad I would feel afterward, I persevered in the error. I spent the night with someone chasing a ghost, and the next morning I couldn't tolerate that filth. I looked at myself in the mirror, tears streaming down my face. I ridiculed myself, surrounded by drunk customers while clapping my hands to the rhythm of the music. Inside I felt alone, as if I were standing still in a desolate wasteland. I desperately wanted to escape these sorrows and sufferings as soon as possible. If only Aladdin's lamp existed. And I could exchange the hearts of men. How much I would have wanted to exchange mine for a new heart. I kept rambling between these useless thoughts, doing nothing concrete for myself. Soaked in alcohol, I abandoned myself to despair, and both my heart and my body were ruined. My face was swollen, and little by little my arms and legs also swelled. From time to time I felt a sharp pain under my chest, as if an awl were piercing there. I asked the doctor to give me morphine injections, which calmed me down for a while, even though I kept drinking. The doctor told me that my liver had been tested and that I could lose my life if I continued with that stupid behavior. I was glad. For a guilty woman like me, dying of illness would be a blessing. In that period, my face had turned yellow from jaundice. The doctor got angry. "If you don't give up alcoholics, you really will end up dying. As a doctor, there is nothing more I can do. A patient who knows that he is killing himself is a patient that I gladly get rid of. They would only say that I killed you, so I wash my hands." I replied, "If you are so disgusted to cure me, fine. Go away. The world is full of doctors." I frowned, and I got drunk again, threw myself into the pond in the middle of the night, climbed trees and shouted. I was completely out of control. In the end, Carita was furious. "Maybe it's okay for you to continue with your stubbornness until you kick the bucket. But try to put yourself in my place when they say that I killed you because I didn't call the doctor. If you want to end it all at all costs, go somewhere else and do it. Until now, I haven't said a word because I knew how much you were suffering, but a useless woman like you would be better off dead." I knew she didn't really mean it. It was her way of reacting. To make me see a doctor and make me stop drinking. I, however, was not able to accept her honest compassion. "Fine, I'm leaving. You'll be happy, right?" And after taking all the money I had, I ran away. Chapter: Happiness and Unhappiness. I boarded a bus straight to Matsumoto, this time determined to end it all for real. I'll freeze to death, I decided. They say death by freezing is easy. But first, I went to visit my brother's grave. When I arrived in Matsumoto, I had to wait an hour for the train and half an hour for the bus. I couldn't do anything, so I sat in the waiting room, but soon that pain under my chest overwhelmed me. I got an injection from a local doctor, but, as always, for the next 2 or 3 hours, I get so sleepy that I had to go to sleep. So I took a taxi to the Esma hot springs, where I had been a couple of times with him. There I fell into a deep sleep that lasted 2 days. On the third, around noon, I left while the snow fell in small flakes. I was heading to the bus stop without any purpose in life when someone called me. "Older sister Suru, is that you?" I looked around and saw her. She was wearing an apron so gray and dirty that it was hard to tell if it had ever been white. Her hair was full of ash. She was standing there, her freckled face all smiles, her yellowish teeth showing. She had a baby on her shoulders that looked newborn. Excuse me, what's your name? You're Suru, right? I'm Fusako. It was little Fusa, the hairdresser's nanny. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. Come on, come in. Long time no see. And I, invited like that by force, followed her. To tell the truth, I also wanted to be in company for a while. I was surprised, really. Could you call a place like that a house? She said it belonged to her husband's older brother. They had used pieces of wood for the roof, and around it was straw acting as walls. The place we entered was the kitchen. Towards the inside was the room with 6 tatami mats. And in a corner were piled futons and worn blankets. Next to it were 2 tea boxes and a wicker trunk. It seemed that the family fortune was all there. We don't even have cushions to sit on, And little Fusa made me comfortable. We don't have anything at all, but oh well. It doesn't matter, have a cup of tea. She started bustling around in the kitchen. The children, so close in age that I couldn't understand who was the oldest and who was the youngest, stood around me looking at me with wide eyes. It smells like broth, I thought, and then she brought me a plate with slices of sweet potato and miso. I was impressed by the speed with which she had prepared something for me to eat with so little. What does your husband do? I knew that such a question would be impolite, but it slipped out. The papa works every day, you know? We have many children and he works very hard. Today he went to cut firewood. And at 7 yen per bundle, he says. I have to make at least 50. And he won't be back. At least until night. As soon as the children can play alone. I want to go to work too. That way we'll be better off with money. You know? Well, from time to time I wash the cotton kimonos from the hotels. To earn something, I tell myself. You seem happy, huh? Happy? Don't make me laugh. We don't have a penny, but while the children grow up, we'll do something. They are my only joy, you know? One of the children began to insist. Mom, I want a rice ball with miso on top. Me too, they all chorused. Yes, said Fusa. My children like these rice balls as long as we have miso and white rice. We don't need anything else. And she smiled. It's not that they liked it, it's that they knew very well that there was nothing else, I said to myself. You don't have to leave yet. Stay here a little longer, come on. The papa is happy when he comes back, you know. But I refused her hand and I left quickly. Seeing such an unexpected thing in such an unexpected place had disoriented me. I began to think about happiness and unhappiness, in what form they manifest themselves and where they are. If I had found her with her 4 children while dragging her worn wooden clogs, I would have only thought, what a pity, frowning. In reality, she was a woman with a heart so full of hope for the future of her children, of serenity. When I left, I put an envelope with 2,000 yen in her hand. Buy something for the children. She must have been amazed when she opened it and saw how much she had received. She must have been stirred with happiness and amazement. I had the image of her so happy before my eyes. However, what should I do? A small diamond ring sparkled on my finger. A gold watch on my wrist. Lacquered sandals with leather straps on my feet. In my wallet, there were still 4,000 or 5,000 yen. Despite all this, my soul was starving, thirsty, agonizing, while wandering in search of a place to die. Chapter 4. Between Life and Death. When I got on the bus in Shiojiri, it started snowing heavily and I gave up hope of catching a glimpse of Lake Suwa from the mountain pass. I got off halfway at the entrance to the Tagawa mining hot springs deep in the mountains of the Shinshu region, where in winter not a soul sets foot. I headed towards the inner part of the mountain. Determined to die, if possible, I began to wander aimlessly. When I entered the forest, I found myself immersed in snow up to my knees. I took off my sandals and went barefoot. But the feeling of cold lasted only an instant. My extremities went numb immediately. I had heard that. Walking like that, you fall asleep right away. But I just felt soaked. I wasn't tired at all. And while I was crying, damn it, but won't I fall asleep? I got nervous. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly I saw everything black. After that, I don't remember anything else. And then, in a mountain shelter about 4 kilometers from the bus stop, I was saved by an 80-year-old man. He lit a fire and warmed me up. And once he finished listening to my story, he said, "When people think only of themselves, it is precisely in those moments when they are most unhappy. Why don't you try to do something for others? Even if it's only once in your life. Anyway, try to live 1 more year. And during that year, do something to make someone happy. If you still want to end it all afterwards, come back here. I'll help you die without too much pain." The old man told me that many years before he had been a member of the Communist Party, and that he had been in jail in Hokkaido. He had escaped, but while fleeing from one side to the other, he had felt bitterness towards the world and sought death. I stayed overnight. The next day, when I went out, there was a goose. Since she didn't know me, she must have thought I was a danger. I don't know, but she started honking very loudly. The old man said he had her to act as a dog. I was surprised to hear that even geese, if trained, can do the job of a guard dog. Chapter: Return to life. An innocent smile. Back in Toyoshima, I decided to live, keeping the words of that old man very much in mind, but I thought, I, who can't even take care of myself, what can I do for others? And then another wave of discouragement washed over me. One of those days, returning from the doctor's clinic, I saw a group of children reading picture books. They seemed to be having a great time, and I stood there watching them, thinking, how lucky the children are. But then I saw one a little away from the others. I asked him, "What's wrong?" "I don't have any books. They won't let me play with them." And he ran off. At that moment, I forgot about it right away. But normally, when I went to bed, I used to whisper "Good night, Masaru" to my little brother's spirit, and that night, without realizing it, I found myself thinking about the child without a picture book. My brother must have had similar experiences, no doubt. Poor thing. I decided I would buy that child a book. The next day I got one and went to the place from the day before, but there was no one there. I had never had any interest in movies or books, and I had never browsed one of my own free will, but this comic book was interesting even to me, since I had gone expressly to buy it and I didn't want it to be wasted. The next day I went back, but there was still no one there. After 4 or 5 days, I came across a child of about 8 years old, crying with his nose full of snot all the way to his mouth. "Oh, poor thing," I said, and blew his nose. "Here, I'll give it to you," and I held out the book to him. He stopped crying and took a few steps back. I put it in his hands. It's a lot of fun, you know. Then he opened his eyes wide and finally smiled at me. That smiling little face seemed really happy to me. I went home in a state of absolute happiness. When I was a nanny in the landowner's house, I once received something white and rectangular from a nun. I tried to lick it all scared, and I discovered that it was sweet and good. If I think about it now, I realize that it must have been a lump of sugar, but even now, after 20 years, I clearly remember the happiness I felt. It's not just for children. I believe that anyone who is given an unexpected joy cannot forget it for a long time. The child of today will become an adult, and if he does not forget what he has felt today when he sees a child crying, he will feel like wiping his face and saying a few words of comfort. And when that child grows up, he will do the same. Being kind to others never generates bad feelings. On the contrary, it cultivates the spirit of care and attention towards others, and who knows, perhaps in 100 years the era will come when everyone helps each other. What a wonderful place this world would be if everyone felt affection for others and the ugliness of the human spirit, the envy for those who are more fortunate and the contempt for those who are less would vanish. Yes, that's right. I was trying to teach the children that if they were happy when they received even just a candy, then they should also give something to others. Having reached this conclusion, I bought 3 comic books, and if I saw a child I would say, "Come here, come show you a nice book." I divided some sweets with them, and my mood also began to improve. The children, however, began to tire of the same 3 comics, and they could not do anything but buy new ones. Between one thing and another, it was costing me 100 yen a day. My injection of gluconic acid cost me 200 yen. As a waitress in a restaurant, I earned 2,000 yen a week, and no matter how careful I was with expenses, I couldn't make ends meet. At that moment, I had no choice but to tell the children the stories I knew, but they always knew them better than me, and ended up correcting me. "No, ma'am, that's not how it is. The story goes like this." I was told that any story imaginable for children was already in the school library. So I decided to surprise them by inventing them myself. Some stories that they would like. Here I present one of my questionable creations. Chapter Pico. The Little Hawk. The little hawk Pico didn't have a real dad or a real mom, and so she was raised by humans. Her legs were tied to a chain and she was always alone. She thought it would be nice to play with the other little birds, but as soon as they saw her, they ran away. The only ones who had become her friends were the boy Masao and the kitten Miko. Masao, however, went to school and Miko was always with her owner. Pico had her legs tied and she couldn't fly far. In front of her eyes was a large chestnut tree, and she always told herself that she would have liked to fly to the top at least once. Today, as usual, she was tied to the roots of the big tree, and she looked around incessantly while thinking, if only someone would become my friend. Just at that moment, Wata, she heard a loud flapping of wings. "Oh, oh!" she exclaimed and turned in that direction. A large hawk was flying in circles over the pond. A bird of her own kind had arrived. "Come on. Come here, P. Let's play together," she said to him. But the hawk ignored her and continued to fly over the pond. Then, suddenly, he swooped down, caught one of the carp with his beak, and soared back into flight. There was no one at home. Since Pico knew very well that the owners greatly appreciated the carp in the pond, she began to shout, "Give it back! Give back the carp!" and tried to retrieve it. But since she was tied with that chain, she only managed to flap her wings, pecking desperately. A few days passed. While Pico wondered when Masao would come home, here again was the great noise of wings. The hawk had returned to take another carp. Pico begged him, implored him with all her soul. "I beg you, please stop hunting the carp. Dad appreciates them very much. So in exchange, next time I'll offer you my food. I'll leave it there without even touching it. Just give it up today, please. Go back to your nest." But the hawk, with a terrible expression, replied, "Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Insignificant little hawk." And flying in circles over the pond, he watched the fish. "No, I won't shut up." The carp are visibly decreasing. When the people of the house realize it, they will be very sad. I beg you, please, don't take them anymore." And she begged him with even more fervor. "You keep stomping around like crazy, and the fish have all taken refuge at the bottom of the pond. Today it's impossible." The hawk was furious with rage. At that moment the kitten Miko made her appearance. The hawk's eyes gleamed and he tried to ambush her. "Little Miko, it's dangerous. Escape. Escape quickly." Pico began to shout. Realizing that she had become the object of the hawk's hungry desires, Miko was paralyzed with terror. Pico thought that she wanted to save the kitten at all costs. If she ended up in the sharp claws of the hawk, Miko would die. And so Pico was in a state of great agitation, flapping her wings convulsively. She was so focused on pulling and moving her wings as if it were a matter of life or death. But the chain broke. I did it, and she spontaneously took flight. "If you get in my way, you'll see I'll hurt you," said the hawk, and swooped down towards her. The battle began, but Pico was so small that she couldn't compete with that big hawk. When he grazed her only with his claws, 5 or 6 of Pico's feathers fluttered to the ground. Her body was martyred by the wounds. Despite everything, she continued fighting bravely. She had already exhausted her strength and was about to fall. Just at that moment, Masao returned from school. As soon as he saw what was happening, he began to throw stones at the great hawk, who, realizing that he could not beat a human, retreated. Pico flew to Masao's feet, completely exhausted, and couldn't move anymore. "Courage, Pico. Resist. Don't die." Masao, in tears, began to heal her sores. That night, the boy told his parents, who were returning from the fields, what had happened. "Pico, even though you are small, you have fought with great courage. Bravo, bravo. Well done," praised the father, and put a little silver ring around her leg. A few days passed, and Pico's wounds healed completely. She was no longer tied with the chain. The father had told her to watch over the carp and the kitten. She was so happy. She could finally go to the top of the big chestnut tree and from there enjoy the beautiful panorama. When Masao returned from school, he even took her to the rice fields. Autumn arrived and the golden ears of rice waved in the wind. In the rice fields of Pico's family there were no mischievous sparrows that came to steal the rice grains. Pico had never reprimanded or hunted them. But as soon as they saw her, they escaped in a hurry. Pico was as happy as a lark. At night she could choose the branch she preferred most as a bed, and during the day she could play with total freedom. More days passed. She was on top of the chestnut tree and was waiting for Masao, wondering if he would return soon from school, when she heard the unfortunately familiar noise of a great flapping of wings. The great hawk was approaching. When he saw Pico, he flew close to her. "Today I am here because I have something to tell you," he said. "Listen to me, dwarf. I have not come for the carp, but to take you with me. When I told my companions how badly you made me suffer last time, they told me that I had to make you pay. But the great king of the hawks has ordered me to take you before him first, and so I have come to look for you. So you will come with me to the third mountain." Pico, however, thought that the great hawk would make her have another bad experience, and tried to refuse. "My wings are weak. I will never be able to fly to the third mountain." "What? You can't fly? Don't make me laugh. If you don't come with me, I'll bring all my hawk friends here and we'll take every single carp, you know," he snapped threateningly. Pico thought that if they took the carp, the people of the house would be very saddened and she would not be able to continue playing her role as guardian. So she mustered her courage and decided to undertake the long journey. The third mountain was very, very far away. Halfway there, Pico was already exhausted. But she managed to gather her strength and continued. Once she arrived, she was amazed. Waiting for her arrival was an entire squadron of hawks. She was led before the great king. He looked at her with a sinister light in his eyes and asked her in a voice so loud that it echoed throughout the forest, "So you would be the little friend of the humans?" "Yes, it's me." Why are you allied with our enemies? I was raised by humans, so they are my parents, not my enemies, she replied with pride and conviction. But don't you understand? Your real parents are not them. They are hawks, and they were shot by humans. You were captured by their murderers. From now on, you will live with us, and you will take revenge on the human race. But I am indebted to them. They raised me. And although my natural parents were killed by humans, it certainly wasn't my adoptive dad or mom who did it. Back then, I was little, but I remember it very well. I was so hungry I thought I was going to die. My father had left early to go look for food. He had left the nest and, no matter how much I waited for him, he didn't return. That day it was snowing. We waited until late at night. Then my mother also left to go look for him, but she didn't return either. Not even when it got very dark. I was shivering with cold and crying with hunger. When it was so cold, Mom always made me snuggle under her wing and warmed me up. But that day, I had been left completely alone. I felt abandoned, and I was very scared. I couldn't take it anymore. And so, in the middle of the night, although I couldn't see anything, I decided to go look for my mother, and I started flying here and there. I was so sad that I couldn't stay still. I crashed into a tree branch and ended up on the ground. And again, I took flight and went back here and there, at random. Then I realized that I was in an open space, because I understood that I could spread my wings without hitting anything. At that moment I noticed a faint little light. I did everything possible to get there. I wouldn't even know how much I flew. I was so focused. It seemed to me that if I got close to that light, I could meet my mom. But before I could get there, I found myself on the ground again, exhausted and hungry. Then I don't remember anything else. When I regained consciousness, I found myself curled up on the knees of a human. At first I was afraid of them, but then I understood that they wouldn't do anything bad to me. My adoptive father is not a hunter, so whoever shot my real hawk dad must be another human. At first I also wanted to return to my nest in the mountains, and made some attempts to escape. But then I realized that I was indebted to them. When I was about to die, they helped me, they took care of me. They raised me until now, with their good and sincere hearts. The people of the house also have great esteem for the carp in the pond, and the kitten. If they took them all away, then they would be very sad. Human beings are not all evil. Please, I ask you with all my heart, don't take anything else from that house. If there is anything I can do for you, if you don't want to listen to my pleas, then kill me here and now, because seeing the sadness on the faces of my family is something I couldn't tolerate. And she begged them like this, shedding warm tears. Even the great king was crying. Good, good. Considering your pure and sincere heart, I promise that we will never steal anything from your house again. You have no objections, do you? He asked, addressing everyone. Of course, great king. We will never do anything again that could sadden little Pico, they promised. Soon it will be night, and the forest was already dark. Kaiko made a gesture to return home, but everyone tried to hold her back. Soon it will be night, so why don't you stay here in the forest to sleep? Just for today. Tomorrow morning you will get up early and start the journey back. Pico, however, said goodbye to everyone. If I hurry, I'll be back before it gets dark, and hurried home, where everyone was waiting for her. She was very tired. She would have liked to fly from the third mountain to home without ever stopping. But no matter how hard she tried, she was at the limit of her strength. One more small effort and she would fly over the fields near the farm. The familiar chestnut tree appeared on the horizon. The sun set behind the mountains. The sky turned red. How tired I am. I'll rest a little here and then resume the journey, and she spread her wings on the branch of a pine tree. A lone hunter saw her and was watching her, but she directed her thoughts to the people of the house and didn't notice at all. The hunter aimed and bang, shot her. Pico felt a burning pain in her belly along with a deafening noise. Blood began to flow from the wound. Despite everything, Pico tried to resume the journey home and took flight, but she only managed to flap her wings a little and found herself on the ground. Caught. The hunter, all happy, took her in his hands. And it was at that moment that the little ring that Pico had around her leg reflected the light of twilight and shone. The hunter saw it and thought, "Uh-oh. Pico, 1 year," said the inscription on the ring. "I've messed up big time. This was a domestic little hawk. I've made a good mess. If I had looked more calmly, I would have noticed the ring. Forgive me, little one, forgive me." He kept apologizing, but Pico could no longer hear his voice. Although it was the hunter who held her in his arms, it seemed to her that it was her father. "Dad, it's a good thing, right? They have promised that they will not take either the kitten Miko or the carp from the pond," she would have liked to say, but from her beak only came a weak pee. And then the soul of this good and dear Pico flew to the sky to her real dad and mom. We, men, tend at any moment and for any reason to judge based on appearance, on the external form. But even a bad person in the depths can hide a pure heart. We must look well into the soul of others and try to help each other. Adults will read the story and think it is terribly childish. They will laugh at me, and children, however, showed great interest, harassed me, and gave me no respite. And then, while looking at their innocent smiles, all the painful thoughts disappear from my mind. Although I had not been able to attend even elementary school, there was something I could also do. Being in love is not the only way to love. Little by little, I realized that if you love someone, whoever it is, and if you dedicate yourself body and soul to making this person happy, you too will be saved. When I saw a puppy or a flower, I was always trying to transform them into stories. I no longer had time to think about useless things. Chapter: A fleeting dream. The children would call me Auntie, Auntie, and come to put their thin arms around my neck. It was a beautiful, indescribable feeling. I couldn't help but feel ashamed of myself for having behaved so disgracefully before. I felt like those little angels were cleansing my heart, and I renounced once and for all drinking and spending the night with anyone. When I think about how inappropriate my behavior had been from the time I arrived until the autumn of the previous year, it seems truly astonishing. When I saw one of the counselors, perhaps sitting in the place of honor, putting on airs, I wanted to say something to deflate his ego. Or if there was a geisha in trouble because of money debts who said to me, "Older sister, there's a man I like so much, you know. Maybe we could run away together," even as a joke I would encourage her, yes, run away, and explain how she should do it. Then I would laugh under my breath when I heard them lamenting her loss at the Okia, and this didn't happen just once. I've also played pranks like that. One day, a woman showed up at the restaurant, disheveled and crying, asking us, "Has my husband happened to come here? He's run off with all our savings. He hasn't been back for 3 days. So, are you looking for the money? Or is it your husband you're chasing so hard?" I asked her, with a malicious air. "I don't even have money to buy rice at home. When what we have left runs out, how are we going to get by? I won't have anything to feed the children." And she sobbed, crying her eyes out. So you're looking for the money, huh? No wonder your husband is running around with another woman if those are your concerns. If I had found out something, maybe I could have told you, but I can't tolerate the way you've spoken now. If you have all this time to run around like a madwoman, why don't you try putting those futons of yours that smell of urine out in the sun? For once, let your husband sleep in a bed that smells clean of the sun. The perfume of the sun, you know, is free. Do you know where my husband is? Tell me, please. I will be eternally grateful. But what do you want me to know, you fool? Go home and wash your face, I replied as if I didn't care at all. Then, however, I went to look for her myself and tried to instill a little encouragement. Don't get agitated, money comes and goes, you know? And I gave her so much that I was the one who ended up broke. I even got to the point where they gave me the nickname the Big Hard Head of Toyoshina. However, by playing with the children, by being with them, I achieved a kind of peace of soul. A child's heart is a blank slate. If even a small memory of me had remained in their hearts, it would have been the memory of an old prostitute. But it wasn't too late to change. I promised myself that until there was even one child clinging to my neck, I would not do anything inappropriate, and also until the fire of my life had not been exhausted, I would think of a nice story to warm even one heart. These pipe dreams were my daily support. The children grew day by day. The one who had played with me until yesterday, today might run away at full speed as soon as he saw me. Maybe it was because I worked as a waitress in a restaurant, or maybe because he had heard something about me I couldn't say. But my spirit was already calm. I no longer suffered for things like that. I began to think seriously about leaving that job of accompanying drunk customers and doing something more edifying. When I tried to ask at the social services section of the prefectural office, they told me that if I was able to register at the Matsumoto employment office, they would help me find the job that suited me, so I tried to go there. Unfortunately, however, nowadays there is a state exam even to be a hairdresser or barber, and there was also one to register at the employment office. To pass it, you had to have at least the level of education of the women's school before the war, or that of the middle schools of today. People without any education had to get a book called the Official Syllabary and reach that level on their own. They told me. I was very demoralized. Then I told myself that I could learn to sew and work at home. But when I inquired, I learned that I had to get the material myself, and that between one thing and another it would cost me about 10,000 yen a month. I had no way to find all that money. What if I tried to become a daycare assistant? It was my last hope. So the people at the office inquired for me, and although they didn't tell me clearly and roundly that I was too dirty for that kind of job, they rejected me with some excuse. I had truly tried anything. Just now that I had felt like a human being again, it was already too late. If I had said that I no longer felt like working as a waitress, then I would have been left starving. And I wasn't the only one in this situation. To live a simply ordinary life. Who knows how many people cherished this fleeting dream? Chapter: Prostitution Prevention Act. Working as a waitress in a bar allowed me to always and constantly remember how gullible that creature called woman can be. A girl married someone. Then they separated. She found herself completely without money and clothes and showed up at the bar. She repeated the same mistake 3 or 4 times, but it seemed she couldn't learn the lesson. Someone would come along and treat her with a little sweetness. She would melt and pair up with him. Then 6 months or a year later, there she was again doing the geisha thing. Are you still here? If you don't behave and straighten up a bit, you'll always end up crying. But it's not like I know from the beginning that it's going to end badly, right? This time I'll make the relationship last a long time, and I really believe it. But if the things we can sell run out, and we don't have any more money, it's natural that we separate, she would tell me with a resigned tone. At least for a year or so I've been able to lead a decent life, and that's why I don't regret it. Even if the price of that year was another 2 or 3 of work. As soon as she had paid off her debts and bought some kimono, there she was again, without thinking minimally about the consequences. Throwing herself into the arms of a man who, in my opinion, wasn't worth much. She reminded me of another woman. When I entertain a client, I always take care to use something, but I was reserving a special treatment for him. Now he says he has contracted a disease because of me and wants compensation. I've told him that it's not possible that it was me, but he doesn't want to listen. And then he comes to the Okia to negotiate the compensation. I am absolutely certain that I don't have any diseases, but even if I had contracted something because of me, if he had really loved me, he would have kept it hidden, right? I was so in love with him. When I found out he was making fun of me, I got so angry that I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and tried to stab him, but I didn't succeed. And so, between the compensation and the rest, they took 50,000 yen from me, and I can't be there anymore. Now I realize that I have had to endure all this because I am a prostitute, so I intend to save money, and once I find a place that is all mine, then I will truly fall in love. It was more or less at that time when I first heard on the radio terms such as Ordinance for the Prevention of Prostitution and Public Assistance, and my spirit, which I believed had reached tranquility, was once again prey to various disturbances. Even if there is a law that prohibits it, prostitution is not something that disappears easily. Surely the law is born from the sincere attempt to save these women from exploitation and from the clutches of greedy predators, of course. But among those who decide the political rules, there is surely no one who, like us, would starve to death if she didn't sell her own body. I went to see the news. Those female legislators dressed to the nines who strutted so proudly during their tour of the red light districts were having a great time, was my conclusion. If they were convinced that looking around in those places with so much astonishment would make them understand that reality of misery, well, they were very wrong. Also in this city there was a district officially designated as red light, but since prostitution has been prohibited, there are many who no longer have a place to go. Some in this sector say that it would be enough to make them go to work in the inns as maids. In reality, in my country, the number of geishas has increased. If a geisha or a waitress sleeps with a client and receives monetary compensation, isn't that prostitution? But if someone accuses them, they justify themselves by saying that they are in love. There is no law against falling in love. No one becomes a prostitute because they enjoy it. Isn't it a natural instinct to fill your belly when it's empty, even if it means stealing? Legally prohibiting this trade will not do any good. During the sleepless nights spent reflecting on this problem, I always had this dream that haunted my head. There is a very spacious house, which looks like a school. People without a place to go and without a job are grouped there. The girls perform the tasks that best suit them. There are geishas. There are cooks. There are women who work in bars. For those who carry out some activity outside the house, there is an extra sum of money available for food and accommodation. There are also people who cook, who wash clothes, who sew. The people in this house receive compensation, and each month they contribute a small contribution of 100 yen to build a fund available to whoever gets sick. I am sure that there are many who have dreams like that. People more unhappy than me. People who wander desperately. Do you know of any place where they are looking for workers? Every time I saw people wandering around asking for help, I thought about how lucky I was. I had a job and children I dreamed of playing with. When the lotuses bloom, I sang stupid mambo-like songs and went to the rice fields with the children to dance. The lotuses have bloomed. They have bloomed. Come, everyone. Come. Let's dance. When it happened that I heard some child humming that silly song that I had taught them, I was so happy that I felt like crying. Chapter: The Cat's Paw. Last winter at 6 in the morning on a foggy day, word spread that a child had been abandoned, so I went to see. He was about 6 months old, a boy, and he was smiling in the policeman's arms. For some reason, my face turned red, and I found myself drenched in sweat. That child, I was sure, was smiling at me. Perhaps unconsciously. As small as he was trying to make those people like him. Held in the arms of perfect strangers, he didn't cry. On the contrary, he gave love to everyone. But I thought to myself, from now on, how will this child grow up? What kind of man will he become? Will he manage to obtain happiness? That to which we all aspire. If a homicide is committed, one is punished. Laws have been created by men, but abandoning a child is not considered a serious crime. Why hasn't a more severe penalty been foreseen for the abandonment of a minor? I was suddenly overcome by the very strong desire to strangle that child. I would have wanted him to disappear from this world while he still knew nothing, and upon suppressing that impulse, I began to sweat. I told everyone that if it had been my child, I would have done precisely that. "Oh, Sayo, again with your preaching about birth control," they mocked me. "But in this society, will there ever be an abandoned child who can be as happy as the others? There may be exceptions, but I am sure that most of them will walk in the shadows, in a constant state of fear because the world has treated them unfairly. Don't bring children into the world irresponsibly. I want to shout it from the rooftops. It is for this reason that I have put my story in writing with clumsy characters. The terrible treatment I suffered on the landowner's estate, the fate that awaited me when I was sold. Having turned 30, finally, for the first time I have felt independent. I have felt that I could live like a normal human being. Having turned 30, for the first time it has seemed to me that I was reborn. Before now I have been nothing more than an instrument, a toy for someone. But it is too late. No disappointments or pain, but neither illusions nor hopes. I am the person who has been told that she cannot work even as an assistant in the nursery. In all probability, I will find small jobs that will allow me to get by. But it may also be that these will end, and I will not be able to continue living. Who knows? Even so, I am calm. Lately, I have learned to give up things, a little at a time. Towards the end of the year and at the beginning of the new one, the conditions of my liver have worsened even more, and I have spent some time quietly in bed, while inventing stories and writing an account of my past. And then, in May of this year, I heard that the peasants in the vicinity were so short of labor for planting rice that they would have liked to borrow even the cat's paw, as the proverb says. My hands could serve as cat's paws, so I have prepared to go and help. Here I am, I lend you 2 little paws. Don't be ridiculous. It's not a suitable job for you, Sayo. The peasants were speechless, but I, pretending not to notice, have made my way into the rice field. I was convinced that if the others could do it, there was no reason why I couldn't do it too. I was determined to do everything possible not to lose against anyone. That night, they told me that they would pay me 350 yen a day, and they begged me to show up the next day as well. Wow, not bad. Maybe good luck has taken my side. The next morning, I woke up at 6 and left to go to work. The people who saw me dedicated to the work of planting were astonished, and they made fun of me. Sayo, what are you doing? You're not trying to commit suicide, are you? I am strong as the granddaughter of a Tengu. There is nothing I cannot do, you know. But there was not a single passerby who managed to refrain from making some comment about me. Damn it, what a pain. There will have to be something I can say to shut them all up, I thought. If people, you know, put their will into it, nothing is impossible. And me too, if I set my mind to it. I can even steal someone else's husband. I replied in this way. Without a doubt, someone replied. A middle-aged gentleman. How I wish you would steal me instead. We all burst into loud laughter. Once the work in the rice field has concluded, I have found a job as a nanny. From time to time, I took care of the children of the owners of the candy store until they asked me, perhaps out of kindness, to take care of their 2 children, 1 and 3 years old, on a stable basis. I have enjoyed so much for this unexpected happiness. From now on, I will not have to try to restore the good humor to old drunk. What do you think, Masaru? Everything has been resolved in the best way, right? Your sister can live in a dignified way. You will be happy, won't you? It may be a fleeting happiness, but the mere fact of being able to look at my little brother's photograph and address him without remorse or shame is the greatest of all joys.